prices, public record laws, and her campaign for re-election. If you have a question for the governor, you can call or text her at 877-301-8970, or just come on down to the library and ask her in person.
I'm Marjorie Egan. In the second hour, it's national security expert Juliette Kayyem and TJ and Hadley Douglas return to talk about their new wine-focused venture, Urban Cellar Consulting. Then we'll end the show with the simple sounds and tasks that make us feel good, seeking gratitude in the ordinary, touching grass, walking on gravel, folding warm towels, or Jim's idea, using Q-tips. How do you practice mindfulness? Call or text next on BPR Live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Windsor Johnston. Senator John Cornyn has canceled a planned meeting with Attorney General nominee Todd Blanche as the Texas Republican continues to withhold his support. His vote is considered critical because Republicans cannot afford any defections on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Blanche's nomination to become Attorney General remains in limbo as negotiations continue. Emergency teams are working around the clock to contain massive wildfires across southwestern France. NPR's Eleanor Beardsley reports the fires are being fueled by hot, dry weather and could take days to bring the largest blazes under control.
They burned through about 100,000 acres, including forests, farmland, and villages. The military's been mobilized, joining firefighters. About 5,000 people are now battling these blazes. The European Union has sent firefighting planes and helicopters to join the French Canadair planes.
NPR's Eleanor Beardsley reporting. Crews across Spain are also battling a number of large wildfires that broke out 1 week ago today. NPR's Miguel Macias reports the country is facing its fourth heat wave of the summer.
The fire in the region of Madrid remained stable overnight. That is, as tens of thousands of neighbors are allowed to return home. However, the ongoing fire in the region of Castellón is still not under control after burning nearly 25,000 acres and forcing the evacuation of more than 10,000 people. Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez visited the Central Command facilities in the region of Madrid this morning. He sent a positive message, but also warned about the risks. He said there are 10 active wildfires in Spain at the moment. Sánchez asked citizens to continue to be extra careful during the ongoing heatwave, which is forecast to last until Sunday. Miguel Macias, NPR News, Seville, Spain.
Democrats may be focusing on the wrong issues as they try to understand their losses in the 2024 election. A new report shared exclusively with NPR says the party still hasn't fully reckoned with why working-class voters moved away. NPR's Tamara Keith has more.
The report, called The Left's Coalition Crisis, finds there are huge gaps between the priorities of the party's college-educated liberal base and the working-class voters it needs to win over. There's a significant disconnect on issues from abortion and climate change to resisting authoritarianism, says Joan Williams, one of the authors.
We need progressive economics. That's what the polling says. That's what the political science says. And we need to get a lot savvier about cultural issues.
It doesn't mean abandoning progressive values, she says, but understanding and respecting those of the working class. Tamara Keith, NPR News.
This is NPR News in Washington.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Officials in Norwood and nearby towns are waiting for a Senate vote on a bill that would let the state take the Norwood Hospital property by eminent domain. Masterless reports that the officials hope the move could bring the hospital care back to the area. Norwood Hospital closed in 2020 after major floods, and then a rebuild of the facility was put on hold during the Steward Healthcare bankruptcy debacle. And tenant advocates are holding a rally today on the steps of the Massachusetts State House, urging lawmakers to take action on local option rent control legislation before the end of the scheduled formal sessions. Masterless also reports that renters, homeowners, small landlords, and labor and community advocates with the Keep Massachusetts Home campaign will also deliver to lawmakers on Beacon Hill the 124,000 signatures that they collected as part of their failed ballot question push. Attorneys for the 4 Mass State Police troopers charged in the 2024 death of Enrique Delgado Garcia at the State Police Training Academy are seeking the text messages of State Police Colonel Jeffrey Noble and other officials to figure out why no one on the command staff faced any charges. That story is in the Telegram and Gazette. In sports, the Red Sox A's play Game 3 of their 4-game series tonight on the West Coast. In the forecast, rain right now, 70 degrees today, rain in upper 60s tomorrow, scattered showers in upper 70s on Friday. Don't forget the umbrella. Ella. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Eric and Wendy Schmidt through the Schmidt Family Foundation, working toward a healthy, resilient, secure world for all. On the web at theschmidt.org. This is NPR.
Houston Brady, I am Marjorie Egan. You're listening to Boston Public Radio, GBH and NEPM. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library, and we are streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Thank you. We'll be joined August 11th at the Boston Public Library by the Attorney General, Andrea Joy Campbell. August 12th, we'll be joined also at the library by the Mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu. Hey, Jim.
Hey there. As you know, the governor's going to be joining us this morning in a couple of minutes. She's on her way. And if you would like to ask a question of the governor, you can do it several ways. You can call her or text her at 877-301-8970. She'll be here till noon. Or you can go to our colleagues, Ariana or Jack, who are sitting at that little table over there, and maybe you'll get to ask her a question face-to-face. Again, she's in transit. We expect her in 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll get started as soon as she does. Can we, for a second, before we do, as we speak, Anthony Fauci is testifying before a Senate committee, and the inquisitor, and I use the term intentionally, is Senator Dr. Rand Paul. And Fauci has taken the Fifth Amendment dozens and dozens and dozens of times. Marjorie, what's your reaction to this?
Well, I think he thinks that he makes one false mistake and he's going to be prosecuted. And I think he's 85 years old at this point. Mm-hmm. And, had his life threatened regularly when he was trying to protect the American people. And his family and all these terrible threats. He was a dedicated public service. Were mistakes made during COVID? Yes, they were. You know why they were made? Because it was brand new. We didn't know that much about it. And there were a lot of, it wasn't the idea that he was somehow criminal or intentional in any mistakes. It's just crazy. And, and the juxtaposition of this with the fact that we may amount to have an Attorney General of the United States of America who's botched the Epstein files, lied about the Epstein files, isn't concerned about the women that were victimized there, thinks it's okay to give money to people that beat up police officers, and it's okay for the president to get out from any IRS scrutiny. The ridiculousness of this juxtaposed to that just kind of hits you over the head.
By the way, at this hearing, there's something that reminds you of a moment of history. Laura Ingraham, who is an election denier, among other things, on Fox News, is sitting over Fauci's left shoulder and manipulating her head in whatever direction she can to make sure she's in the shot, like right now. I'm sorry we can't share with you. What does that remind you of, Marjorie?
Howie Carr from the Boston Herald.
When was that?
Sitting behind Whitey Bulger. And when he was testifying.
Making faces.
Not behind Whitey Bulger, behind Billy Bulger.
Billy Bulger.
Billy Bulger. Whitey Bulger was the nefarious gangster. Billy Bulger was the Senate president, his brother, rolling his eyes at remarks that Billy Bulger made.
I have to say it was pretty funny.
It was pretty funny. But this is another, Fox News almost had to pay $1 billion for lying about who won the 2020 election because they knew who won, which is Joe Biden, and here she is, larger than life. You think, I just don't get it. Anyway,
in any case, the number is 877-301-8970. You can text or email, or not email, text or call the governor at that number. Or as I say, if you see Ariana or Jack over here, you can ask a question direct. Oh, there she is.
Yeah,
and just please join us in welcoming the governor, Maura Healey. Welcome. How are you, Governor?
I'm great. How are you?
Nice to see you. Good.
It was torrential rain.
Yeah,
Be
with the
careful
roads,
out there on
were
the
they
roads.
flooded? Were the roads flooded? It was like came down like it's sheets.
It did, yeah. People, just be careful out there. It looks like it stopped temporarily, but
So, Governor, thank you very much for coming as always. And let's start with some good news. We had the chance to talk with Ken Casey yesterday, frontman of the Dropkick Murphys, who just had Bruce Springsteen singing behind him, as a backup singer.
Yeah, awesome.
But you and Ken are in agreement about this crackdown on concert resale tickets. Tell us about it.
Yeah. Oh, God. I love Ken Casey, too. Love Dropkick Murphys, loves his advocacy. So let me tell you about what I'm proposing. Look, I want everybody to have access or an opportunity, a fair opportunity to buy tickets. You want to. We've got great performers coming to town. When you think about all the concerts,
second, please.
Sure.
By the way, if you have a point you want to make with the governor, feel free to ask a question, but try not to disrupt it for everybody else. I'm sorry, Governor.
Yeah,
Take
great.
it away.
Okay, so what Ken's about, what I'm about, what Noah Connor is just like, let's make it fair for people to actually buy tickets. It's so frustrating when, like the artist who you really want to see or your kids want to see, and you've saved all this money to be able to go buy some tickets, and you go online and you can't get tickets, right? I mean, and they put you in a queue, and they're never available, and then all of a sudden you go online and you see with the resellers, there are tickets available, only they cost 10 times as much as the face value. So what I'm saying is that when it comes to Massachusetts, and we've got great venues here, we've got great artists coming through here, let's rein in the resellers who are gouging the heck out of us. And so I put forward legislation. Let's limit, the resale value cap to 10%. Let's limit the service fees that get tagged on to 10%. And let's give everybody or more people an opportunity to buy tickets, to take their kids, their friends, themselves, to go see the artists that they love. And that's what the artists want too. I mean, seeing a show shouldn't just be something for the elite and wealthy, right?
Right.
And I think it was great having Noah Khan in town. It sort of, it helped inspire me to file this legislation because those tickets were so hard to come by. And he's been a terrific, not only is a great advocate on mental health and so many things, and a fantastic artist, but he's really been speaking out about this issue for a long time, and it's a matter of fairness.
Did you go to Fenway to see him?
I did.
Did you have to pay for the tickets?
I did.
Did you pay a markup?
Yeah. A little bit, but
not.
I mean, I know a lot of people that paid huge markups.
Yeah.
I also know here's
So
something also that my legislation would do. It would ban ghost tickets. Okay, we saw this during the World Cup. You sometimes see it during concerts where you go online, you buy tickets, you show up at the venue, and the tickets actually aren't transferred to you.
Experience
because
in the
it
world.
Turns out these were all speculative tickets or ghost tickets. And it's, to me, as a former AG, it's total fraud, and people are being taken advantage of, and, so devastating. So it would ban ghost ticketing as well as limiting, what resellers can do.
So before we get to the calls, speaking of legislation, there are new rules in the legislature. As of last year, when they recess or whatever the verb is on July 31st, in the old days, for that 5-month vacation, they don't like it being called a vacation, there needed to be unanimity for anything to pass. Now, if a bill is in conference committee, they can continue with the normal process. By my reading, and I could be wrong on some of these, and obviously you'll correct me, some major things are not in conference committee yet and could die tomorrow night. Primary care bill, a farm bill, an AI being used in campaign ads, the abortion thing we discussed with a doctor and the advocate the other day after 24 weeks, public records laws. What are the prospects of those things or anything else you care about a lot making it by Friday night?
I think there are a lot of things that did get done this year. There's a lot of things that I want to see come to my desk. I think that, to me, top of mind is getting that PROTECT Act, which is the bill. I filed a bill to take additional actions to protect our residents from ICE. So I hope that gets to my desk this week. We've got in conference right now an energy bill. We just got word that utilities are going to look to increase rates once again. People can't afford it. It's why I'm fighting utility rate increases. People cannot afford it. It's also why it's really important that the energy bill I filed get to my desk. This is a bill that would save us upwards of $13 billion over the next few years. And it does a lot of things. It makes energy cheaper. It forces the utilities to buy electricity at the lowest cost. And it does a lot of things to bring down something that a lot of people and businesses in Massachusetts and across the Northeast are struggling with, which is the high cost of energy. The other thing that I'd like to see is a great jobs bill, construction jobs. This creates 20,000 construction jobs to complete, and do renovations at our college campuses, our university public university campuses. There's also legislation, that I've got out there on the ticket resellers that I talked about. I filed a bill on social media, actually, because protecting the health of all of us, the mental health especially of our young people, is really important. So, there's a lot of stuff pending, and I'm anxious to see it get to my desk. But super, super important are the things I mentioned. The last thing I'll mention is this. It is something I filed a year ago. It's called the DRIVE Act. And this is money that says we're going to fund as a state. We're going to fund as a state, and we're going to look to attract, some private dollars as well to fund science and research. Remember the devastating cuts that Trump did to NIH, to NOAA, to National Science Foundation? That has a really bad effect on Massachusetts, because 1 in 10 R&D jobs are in Massachusetts. You think about all the science, and we think about life sciences, what comes out of our research institutions and hospitals. People down the street who are in labs discovering cures and treatments that will save our loved ones and, have made such a difference around the world. That's been cut. And, as a result, people's outcomes globally will suffer, but also our economy suffers. So that's something I really want to see funded. It's super important for Massachusetts.
Very quick follow-ups, because you raised a bunch of things. When you're talking about the list of questions, I don't think you included the legislation we discussed the other day with advocates and an OBGYN doctor, the thing that would change the rules about abortions after 24 weeks, no longer with these 4 exceptions, I think, but leave it to, quote, the professional judgment of physicians after 24 weeks. Do you support that bill?
I do, and I'll tell you why. I know of stories of too many women who've had to travel outside of Massachusetts to receive the care that they need. I know of a woman who's, in utero, her child suffered a catastrophic stroke. I know another one, I think it was at 33 weeks. At 31 weeks, I know of another woman who also had a situation where, there was a devastating thing that happened in utero, and the child, had no longer any brain growth, right? And these are moms, by the way, who had already built nurseries, had already planned to welcome their new baby in, and then, sadly, these things happen. But unlike other states, in Massachusetts, if that happens to you, you're not allowed to go and work with your doctor and your provider to get the care that you need, and you have to travel outside of Massachusetts. You hear of women spending up to $10,000 traveling 500 miles just to go somewhere else. And I think people are surprised. I talked to a doctor in Maryland who said, I'm used to seeing patients from Texas and Louisiana. I'm not used to seeing people from Massachusetts, though. And so we've done a lot here to protect women's access to the health care and the reproductive health care that they need. And obviously this is a situation that no one wants. Devastating, right? Devastating for parents. But if that happens, and when that happens, I want to make sure that women have access to the right health care, the health care that they need. So that's why I support it.
One last follow-up before we get to the callers is...
As I support, the other measures we've taken to protect abortion providers and patients generally in our state. And, it's why I stocked up on mifepristone at the start of my administration, because, abortion rights generally are so under attack in this country. 1 in 3 women live in a state without access to abortion care, and this has devastating outcomes for these women.
You mentioned the PROTECT Act on your list of things you hope happen. You've, I think, resisted through time referring to Massachusetts as a sanctuary state. Would we not be a sanctuary state if the PROTECT Act were to pass?
No, look, what the Trump administration has done and continues to do is to use ICE to attack our people. I mean, ICE is acting in a totally rogue way. They're not subject to the normal rules of engagement. They're not a law enforcement agency. It turns out we've seen incident after incident. They are hiring people who never, ever would have been hired. Like if these guys had applied to any one of our, not just law enforcement agencies, but a state agency, they wouldn't have been hired. And obviously they're not qualified, they're not trained, and people are continuing to die across this country. It is shameful what Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and Tom Homan and this whole ICE operation continues to do. I've spoken out about it. It really bothers me, especially as someone who put bad people away, remember. I used to work with the feds and prosecute drug traffickers and human traffickers. I know something about, how federal agencies are supposed to act. And I also know that what we've seen over the last 18 months is we've seen moms and dads ripped away from their families, ripped away from their kids. We've seen hardworking folks. The other day in Everett, it's happening across this country still, that hardworking, tax-paying folks, many of whom have been here for a long, long time, contributing to our communities and to our economy, and no criminal records are now being picked up, housed in what seem to be really deplorable situations. And what is it doing to them? What's it doing to their families? So look, it's why I took executive action long ago. I think I filed, and signed the strongest executive action of any governor in the country in terms of ICE, banning them from state properties, banning any more detention centers, and also this legislation that says, ICE, you got to stay out of. You cannot be in hospitals, daycares, schools, courthouses, places where regular people, we need to go every day. And it sickens me that right now in Massachusetts and around this country, because I talk to other governors, we've got people, because of ICE, who are afraid to send their kids to school, afraid to go to work, afraid to just go out and shop. It's been absolutely devastating. So that's what the PROTECT Act does. It's about protecting our residents, protecting our communities in the face of, just unbelievable, unconstitutional, and I think un-American actions out of the Trump administration on immigration generally. I mean, the other thing that I spoke out about this week is TPS. For folks who may not know, temporary protected status is something that the federal government gave as a designation to people who were fleeing their own country because of earthquakes, violence, real serious suffering. And the U.S., recognizing that, gave people this TPS status. Some have had it for decades, and they're here working as they are going through the standard immigration process. The Trump administration decided to rip the rug out from under these people. That leaves, just with respect to our Haitian population in Massachusetts, these are folks who are living here, working here, some since as long as 2010. Now, all of a sudden, the U.S. is saying, you are no longer here legally, you are no longer able to work. Now, Mike DeWine, he's the Republican governor from Ohio. He's spoken out about this. He has a larger TPS population, and he talks about how devastating it will be to their communities, to their economy. Both of us have said to the Trump administration that you need to change course on this. We've also said to Congress, you need to act to correct this right now. In Massachusetts alone, understand that these are people, our TPS holders are probably the people, if you go into a hospital today, they're taking care of patients, they're taking care of your loved ones in a nursing home. Oftentimes, they're your PCAs working in home health care. So imagine it's devastating for these TPS holders and their little kids who they're trying to feed and support. What's going to happen to them, their families? And what's going to happen to all the families and people in Massachusetts who rely and have relied for years, for decades, on their work?
And by
it's
the way,
just another example of how wrong this Trump administration has been on so many things. I talk about energy. I mean, I forgot to mention, the person who's driving up our energy costs more than anyone is Donald Trump. What he's doing not only in the Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz, but also shutting down American energy independence here. What am I talking about? He tried to shut down our wind, our solar, things that we do here in Massachusetts that actually are sources that are independent. We're not subject to whatever's going on in a foreign country. So, he's doing so much harm across so many fronts, and it's why November in this election really matters.
Aren't we one of the states, by the way, that was disclosed the other day that was denied clean energy money because the state voted for Kamala Harris?
Yeah. I mean, that's what's happening out of the Trump administration. It's unbelievable. He just denied FEMA funds to a bunch of states. FEMA funds, in the wake of disaster. Usually the federal government is supposed to be there to make sure that they're supporting states. They don't always come through with the money. But what they don't do is pick and choose and say, oh, your voters didn't support Donald Trump, so we're not going to give you money. That's what Donald Trump is doing.
Let's go to the calls, 877-301-8970. Heather, you're from Situate. Thank you for calling.
Hi, Heather.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
Governor Healey, right now we pay huge amounts to profit-making health insurance companies for our health coverage. Everyone watched costs go through the roof this current year. I saw that your administration just approved a 10% increase for next year. And what this functions as is essentially a regressive tax. The less you make, the higher percentage of your income you pay for health insurance. And it doesn't have to be that way. My question for you, Governor, is how can you keep supporting this rapaciously profitable private health insurance system that makes its money by denying us care, that penalizes workers and lower and moderate income earners, when there is a much more equitable, efficient, fairer system, a Medicare for All single-payer system that would provide much-needed financial relief to Massachusetts taxpayers, to employers, to self-employed and gig
Heather,
workers.
we got it, Heather. Let the governor answer.
Yeah.
Heather, thank you much
Heather,
for your
I'm with
call.
you. I'm with you. You know, I support that model. I support a universal health care model. It's not the model that we have in this country. What I have been doing, though, Heather, for you and for others across the state is trying to hold the line as best I can on any rate increases, as well as finding ways to cut. You know, I'm the first governor in Massachusetts to cap copays, to cap deductibles, to get rid of prior authorizations. I did that a few months ago. I'm working very closely with our insurance commissioner to deny and cap rates as best we can. And I've actually, if you look back, been pretty hard on that. And, you know, we've got, filings before us now. We're going to continue to be really hard on that. But, you know, the system's broken, right? This is what it goes down to. I don't know about you, but it's so hard to get a primary care appointment. It's so hard to get, you know, a mental health therapist, or at least one that you don't have to pay privately for. And part of what we got to do in this state is incent and grow more primary care providers and mental health providers. That's what I've been trying to do the last 3.5 years. It's what we got to continue to do. You know, force more spending in primary care, force more spending in behavioral health, and do everything we can to, you know, take any bloat, take any excess, you know, profits out of the entire healthcare system. Right now, I've got a healthcare affordability working group. They will be coming to me shortly. I set this up, hadn't been done before. And I said, get back to me with some short and medium and long-term recommendations on things that we can do in Massachusetts, because I can't wait for D.C. D.C.'s not going to correct this, so I should get the first set of recommendations very shortly. You know, along with housing costs, energy costs, healthcare is right there in terms of the things that are crushing families around this country, and certainly, you know, here in Massachusetts, and that's why I've made them a priority. I'm going to continue to. You know, I know how challenging this is.
Governor, I just want to be clear. So you are in favor of a Medicare for all, universal?
You know, I favor universal health care. You know, I do, but at the end of the day, it's not the system we have right now in this country, and so, you know,
but you favor at the national level if it were to happen.
Yeah, I think that model is successful and works, and we're one of the few Western countries that don't have that, right? That said, look, I'm a governor. He's got to work in real time. You know, what am I doing right now to get down costs, to cut rates, right? To make it. This is all about making sure that people have access to the health care that they need, and you don't have access if you can't afford it, or if there are no providers in your area, right, who are there to provide it. So these are the things that I'm, you know, really focused on right here. And what can I do as a governor in Massachusetts to lower people's costs? And I can tell you, you know, we are working very hard with some proposals that hopefully will make a difference. Is it going to take care of everything immediately? Heck no. But, you know, we have to start to take more aggressive action in this space, and that's what I'm doing.
Quinn in Framingham, you're on with the governor. Thank you for calling.
Hello, Quinn.
Hi, yes, thank you. I am strongly against AI and would like Massachusetts to spearhead banning AI data centers and banning public employees from using AI. Is that something that you are interested in or working on, Governor?
Yeah, Quinn, why don't you talk a little bit for us about your concerns about AI?
I have so many. I think the number one is the environmental impact and the impact on all of our energy systems. I think those are the number one, but of course, also the concern of how it uses intellectual property of, you know, people that are actually producing things.
Yeah. So you should read, if you haven't, Cory Doctorow's book on the reverse centaur. It's kind of interesting about sort of AI. And, you know, if you haven't read that, I just read it last weekend. It was a really good take, Quinn. I agree with you about the concerns about data centers, and it's why recently I said this. The state passed a law a while back that allowed tax incentives, tax exceptions for tax credits for data centers. A few weeks ago, I said, no, we're not doing that. I halted that, okay? The other thing I did, Quinn, is I said, any data center that's going to be built has to do the following, or it can't be built, okay? You got to account for energy needs. You can't suck energy off the grid at the expense of all of us. You've got to find a way to generate your own energy, and that's got to be clean energy that you're generating. And you've got to account for the environmental issues that you allude to, Quinn, including things like water. That's a big thing that we've seen with data centers around the country. So I think that's the framework, that we've got to think about when it comes to data centers. And, I know there's a lot of concern about AI. I will say I think AI is here. We probably all have somehow touched AI today, whether you know it or not. Just about anybody with a phone or a device is getting something that, is using an AI application. But it's about, who AI is affecting. Not as much as what it does, it's about who it's affecting. What's the workforce that it's affecting? Who's benefiting? Who's making money from this? And who isn't? And these are really serious questions that we've got to grapple with, I think, as a society, not just as a state. Do I think that AI can be used effectively and as a force for good? I do, actually. I think there are ways that we've seen AI deployed in labs that actually speed up experiments and, will help bring online more quickly new cures and treatments. It's something that we have used in state government, and, it's helped we've worked with employees. See, that's the difference. You got to work with workers. You got to work with a workforce and employees and have them design and decide how AI should be used. And we used it in a few of our agencies where, now people don't have to look through manually 900 pages in a permitting guidebook or rule book, and instead can, use AI to more quickly get at that and then verify it, right? That's something that actually employees designed. So, that's a little bit of, my perspective, Quinn, on AI. These are all important issues that we grapple with, not just as states, but, as a country right now.
A couple of people have texted while you answering that question from Quinn.
I'm sure it's a hot, AI and data centers, they're super hot topics right now. And that's why, especially around data centers, I wanted to be out really clear with what I think should be a national framework on data centers. The things that you have to account for when it comes to data centers. The
two people I see at the top, both from Lowell, said, you seem to be saying that if a large data center like the one we see in Lowell complies with, quote, environmental and grid requirements, she'd let it go forward because residents here are living under a constant hum, complaining daily about quality of life issues. What do you say to them?
Well, I think that's a comment about a data center that's already constructed and in operation. In fact, we've got a number of data centers that have been in operation for a while here in Massachusetts. But, concerns about noise, air quality, all of that. Again, these are environmental concerns that need to be accounted for with input from community.
Let's see if we can squeeze. We only have 2 minutes till a break. So Pam in the car, if you can be quick, we'll try to get a quick answer from the governor before the break. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you, Governor Healey, for taking my call. Mine is not a hot topic, but I have a question about why you approved hunting on Sundays, bow hunting. We're big trail hunter walkers with our dogs, and we're always in safety orange from head to toe. Mm-hmm. And that's like the one day we can go out and not stress about us or our dogs.
We got it. Let's let the governor respond. We're short on time.
Pam, I'm glad you wrote. Look, I love to go walk in the woods with our dog, and I understand. That's super important that people here in Massachusetts are able to do that. Here's what I think, Pam. Though, we're one of only 2 states that bans Sunday hunting, and there are a lot of states with trails and recreational spaces. And I think that there is a way for certainly hunters to act responsibly and make sure that people are safe. We see that happening in other states. I think it should happen here. The other reason, Pam, I did it is because you got people who are busting their butts, working hard 6 days a week. They've got to have a day of the week to be with family or take care of kids, and we've got to make it available to them that they have the option to also hunt on Sundays. Also, we've got issues around wildlife management. That's why my proposals around hunting were driven by and informed by the work of your Department of Fish and Wildlife, okay? So I think it's responsible, I think it's important, and I think it's something that should happen now. It's also a matter of food security, too. So that's the reasons, Pam.
That's
Pam,
the voice of Governor Maura
it.
Healey. She's here until noontime, and we'll squeeze in as many questions and calls as we can. 877-301-8970. This is BPR, GBH, and NEPM.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you. And M&M Skylights, installing and servicing the full range of commercial and residential Velux skylight products. More information about their installation process and consultations can be scheduled at mmskylights.com. And the Massachusetts Educational Financing Authority, committed to simplifying college planning for families over 45 years with trusted guidance, interactive tools, step-by-step videos, and more. MEFA.org. And MIT Federal Credit Union, banking built on innovation, guided by real people. Memberships open to the public. More at mitfcu.org, federally insured by NCUA.
And the Boston Speakers Series announcing its upcoming season at Symphony Hall for 7 evenings, including Pete Buttigieg, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, and former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. BostonSpeakers.org.
If you're a GBH sustainer and you received a new bank or credit card in the mail recently, there's an easy way to update your information. Just visit gbh.org/update and keep your membership up to date. That's gbh.org/update.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy. We're live at the library, streaming youtube.com/GBH. August 11th at the library, Andrea Joy Campbell's here for an hour, and August 12th, the next day at the library, Mayor Wu is here. Today at the library, for the rest of this hour, is the Governor of Massachusetts, Maura Healey. If you have a question, lines are beyond packed, but give it a go or text us, 877-301-8970.
You know, Governor, I know you're a huge fan of intensive one-on-one tutoring, and you know about this program the federal government is offering money to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, other states too, any place, any state. You get a 100% federal tax credit of up to $1,700, which could be used for a lot of things, including tutoring. I know that the opponents are just saying it's going to be aimed toward private school tuitions, but it's also for a lot of other things, including that tutoring. So where are you on this?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a huge proponent of education funding. It's super important to support our public schools. I recently actually came forward with a proposal to give cities and towns another $100 million so that they don't have to lay off teachers, so that they don't have to lay off mental health providers in their schools or their guidance counselors. So, you know, that's just something I think is super important. I'm proud that under my administration we've doubled the funding for education, not just K-12, but childcare, make community colleges free, and the like. So, you know, that is super important to me. In terms of that federal law, we're taking a look at it. There's some more regulations coming out. I'm talking to all sides and hearing from them about, you know, what the impact would be here.
So you have made,
but I'm always going to support our kids in education. No.
Because Mike Minogue was here the other day, one of the Republicans who wants to run against you, eviscerating you for your opposition. So as of the moment, you're undecided.
Is one of my potential Republican MAGA opponents representing something untrue about what I say? Yeah, that happens just about every day. But, you know, to the public, I am, and in fact, you know, both guys who might emerge, I don't know who's going to emerge from that Republican primary, but as you know, they're both big Trump-Vance guys, and among the things that Trump-Vance have done that are so devastating is they've cut special ed. Remember, they actually they got rid of the U.S. Department of Education, and they have harmed public education in such devastating ways. So, you know, it's just one of the many differences in this race for governor and the kind of governor that this state is going to have. And, you know, I'm a governor. I want to see Massachusetts as the place where you can raise a family, your kids can go to the best schools, you have access to the health care that you need, you live in a safe community, and you can afford all of it, all right? And that's what I offer, which frankly is a contrast to what Trump has been serving up the last 18 months, and a contrast to my opponents who, you know, time after time have rubber stamped what Trump and Vance have been about. Supported them, voted for them, and you just go through the list, right? Trump, the guy that they support, he cut $1 trillion from healthcare in Massachusetts, in this country. And to go back to Heather's question about healthcare premiums, a reason why healthcare costs have not been helped at all, but have only gone up, and that state budgets are so strained and private employer budgets are so strained, is because the Trump administration is continuing to take money out of our pockets. And it's a decision for the people in Massachusetts. I know whose side I'm on. I'm actually not with Trump-Vance. I don't think that the Trump-Vance agenda has been good for Massachusetts or this country. My opponents stand with Trump. I stand with the people in Massachusetts, including on things like education.
Jim, I'm sorry,
and healthcare.
I was just going to say, by the way, that the SNAP cuts and the cuts to Medicaid or Mass Health in Massachusetts, they have not come yet, or have they come?
Oh, yeah, they've come.
They've come.
Yeah, that's what people, every day, we're dealing with the impact of this as we go through workforce, and eligibility requirements. That's absolutely already had an effect, and it's going to be more devastating unless, we get a new Congress in who's going to restore some of this funding. But it's a super serious situation when it comes to health care, when it comes to so many things that the Trump administration has done to hurt Massachusetts. I talked about the science and research funding. I talked about ICE. These are all things, and just, example after example of things that are hurting Massachusetts. Literally, shutting down our wind farm, which right now is powering 300,000 homes and businesses, right, off the coast. Built with, there's great jobs, and it's clean energy, and it's homegrown energy. And Trump has shut that down. We had to go to court, right, to keep that going. But, right now he's forcing companies to sell back their wind leases, their offshore wind leases, to oil companies, okay? And again, my Republican opponents have not spoken out against that. They have been totally down with the Trump agenda. That's not good for Massachusetts, and it's just... It's why an election like this matters. The elections nationally across this country matter in November, and the election matters here in Massachusetts, because it's really about what's the vision of Massachusetts. What kind of Massachusetts do we want to be? Did you guys love the World Cup? Yeah, everyone loved the Scots. That was awesome, right?
It's fun.
We finally got all the beer back there. We replenished our beer supply, but. One of the things I was so proud of is that I felt like Massachusetts was a great commercial for America. People came from all over the world, so many countries. They hung together, they partied together, they celebrated together, they cheered for their teams. We had great watch parties all over the state. We had a super successful, it was safe, public transit was awesome, getting people back and forth to Gillette Stadium. But it was a great show, I think, of Massachusetts and who we are. And I was so proud of that, proud of, celebrating Massachusetts 250. Go back and look at the video of our drone show. If you didn't see that, it was super cool to see Paul Revere on his horse and the whole bit up in the sky. And then tall ships. So poignant to see tall ships return to Boston Harbor and to know our history here the last 250 years. So that's the kind of Massachusetts I want to live in. That's the kind of place I think we are to the world. And that's something that's on the line. It's not to say we don't have problems. We do, right? We have challenges, and every day I'm working on building more homes, so that we can lower housing costs, lower rents. I want young people in Massachusetts to be able to stay here. We're growing our economy. What doesn't get talked about is the number of businesses that have come here over the last year, the number of jobs that we've grown, and industries that are innovative and important and, consistent with, places where we've invested, and that's super exciting. So, I want that message to get through to people. We got to work on our challenges, but there's so much good in this state, and we've got. People should take a pride in that too.
Sutton at the library actually has a follow-up to a topic you mentioned a second ago. Sutton, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, long-time listener. Excited
Thanks.
to be here.
Thank you,
Governor. I am deeply disturbed, as I believe that you are too, that here in the Commonwealth, 40% of our neighbors couldn't reliably afford food in the past year. When we talk about an advertisement for America, that's not what that looks like to me, right? And in the midst of that affordability crisis, 200,000 of our neighbors lost SNAP, which we know is our most powerful tool against hunger. And these are people I love. There are elders, there are veterans, they're my kids' classmates, they're my neighbors. And of course, Trump has responsibility for that. But our SNAP caseload in Massachusetts is declining at twice the national rate. And our decline in children's SNAP participation is now about on par with Texas and Louisiana. And when residents are calling our state agency to get or maintain SNAP, as they're required to do, 70% of those calls are automatically cut off because DTA doesn't have enough workers, and the hardworking public servants in that office are overwhelmed. And this is a Massachusetts problem. It's not just a federal problem. And I'd love to hear how you'll commit to use the tools that you have and the power at your disposal to address what really is not only a policy crisis, but a moral crisis, and make SNAP strong for all of us here in Massachusetts.
Sutton, thanks for your question.
No, thanks for your
Appreciate
question, Sutton. And, you know, food insecurity is something that I care a lot about, and addressing it is something that I've always cared a lot about. You know, I actually put forward in my budget proposed funding for more caseworkers. I didn't get that from the legislature, so I'm trying to get more relief. You know, one of the things in Massachusetts is we've had a system for a long time that has, we want to make sure people are fed, and that's a really good and important thing. You know, it's one of the reasons, one of the first things I did was to make school breakfast and lunch free for our kids, right? Feeding families is so important. I think that we were, as I understand it, we have been, we did not implement right away some of the reforms that came from the federal government. So, you know, the numbers were higher than in some other states right now in terms of who was on. But I'll tell you this, you know, I'm looking every which way to see what we can do, to how we can feed people. I brought together Project Bread, GBL, the Greater Boston Food Bank, the Western Mass Food Bank, all the food banks. You know, I rallied when SNAP was cut a year ago during the federal shutdown, rallied the business community, and we were able to raise, I don't know, $7 million in a short amount of time to get resources out. So, you know, I'm here to work with and partner with everyone on this issue. It is deeply distressing that, you know, anyone in our state would go hungry and be hungry. But, you know, I ask for people's continued support and what I'm trying to advocate for in terms of funding. And then, you know, I know the teams are working hard there. I don't like to see any delays or calls not answered at all. But it also speaks to the volume right now, you know, and why I'm so focused on affordability, because the needs have gone up, not just in Massachusetts, but around this country. And we have a federal administration that, yeah, it's making things worse. So there's even more burden on the system right now, more need out there.
Thanks for your question. Jim in Waltham, you're next with Governor Healey. Welcome to the show. Hi.
And Marjorie, good morning. And
morning.
Governor, I've been trying to reach you for a year, since last August.
You got it right now.
So I've sent letters to you and to your home, and again, this is about my brother, who was a 30-year veteran of a firefighter in Waltham, and he got real sick. And I'll be very brief. He was sick. He was moved to Waltham. He needed to get to dialysis 3 days a week. We had to use the ride. Well, the problem with that is the ride would not cross 128. He had to go to Wellesley. So a 3.5-hour dialysis would take 8 hours, and he was in no shape for that. So, you know, I try to reach your office, 10 to 15 calls, no response, letters, no response. No response. And I just would like you to call me, and we could talk what had happened to my brother. My brother had passed away. He was found in a hallway at dialysis. He got out of the ride. They put him in a hallway, and they found him there. He coded and died 2 weeks later. This man, for 30 years, provided help to the citizens of Waltham, but when it was time for him to get help, everybody turned their back on him. And so he's passed away, but I don't want this ever to happen to another family. So I've reached out to you. You probably know who I am. I've reached out and reached out. Would you call me back and we can talk about
Jim, don't hang up. We'll get the governor's response, so please don't hang up.
No, Jim, it's Jim?
Yeah, and pull your mic up just an inch if you would, Governor. Thank you.
Jim, that sounds horrific. That sounds horrible. I'm so sorry that you went through that your brother suffered in that way. What is your name and what is your brother's name? And if you want to leave a number.
My brother was Joe Bozak. He was a 30-year firefighter in Waltham. We were desperate. My 92-year-old mother is just taking it so bad. I actually sent a letter to your house in Arlington. Never a response. I would love to talk to you about what happened, and it was just devastating, and it should never have happened. I don't want it to happen to any other family member.
I appreciate that, Jim. And look, leave your, I won't make you do it online, but you can leave it with the producers here, and I'll give you a call today. I will say, anything that can be done to, I hear you. Something that happened, if there's things that could be done to do things differently, whether it's with a ride or anything else, I'd want to take a look at that and, see what we can do. So I'm very sorry, and I'm very sorry for your dear mom, too, the pain she's living with.
Jim, please don't hang up. We'll get your contact information. And for your information, in addition to the governor's commitment, the head of the T will be with us in early August. And we'll check in with the governor. If necessary, we'll bring it up with Phil Lang as well.
Yep.
Good luck to you, Jim. Stick around. Governor, when you were on with us, after 8 years showing up as the Attorney General, first show as governor, I asked you the following question. Will you confirm you'll not claim exemption from public records laws as governor and support legislation that at least cuts back whatever exemptions the legislature and judiciary believe they have? Your answer was brief. It was yes and yes. The legislature is grappling with public records things. They're happy to have you covered, it appears, but not them. There's a question that's going to be on the November ballot, question 1, that would support making records held by the state legislature and the governor's office subject to public records laws with 2 exceptions. Are you going to vote yes on that?
Yeah, what are the 2 exceptions?
I
support that. I support public records.
Well, let me just say what they are. Documents related to the development of policy positions of legislators of the governor, communications between a legislator's office and their constituents concerning a constituent's access to government services.
Because that's a privacy issue?
Yeah, I assume. So you're a yes vote.
And in fact, now I try to produce as many public records as I can, even though there is an exemption. The governor's office is not subject to the public records law, but, as governor, I've tried to be as transparent as I can, and, those sound like the right kind of exemptions,
Are you happy with what the legislature is doing or not doing around its own exemption from public record laws, or should they be covering themselves? Well, I don't know what all the details are.
I don't know all the details either. I don't know what the latest is.
Okay. How about, before we leave it, there are going to be 9 questions on the ballot. Collective bargaining for a public defender employees, state primary election issues, election day registration sponsored by the Secretary of State, a state revenue cap issue, natural resource conservation funds, single-family homes, this is to repeal the recreational marijuana law and firearms regulation as well. Do you have positions on any of the other 8 questions yet?
Not on all of them, and there are some that I've sort of taken a closer look at as a matter of priority. You mentioned one. There's a bill, Nature for All, and I support that. There's a ballot question, I should say.
Question 6.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what number it is, but what it does is it's no new taxes, okay? But what it does is it takes the use of an existing sales tax on your recreational vehicles, golf equipment, other sporting goods. We get taxed when we buy that stuff, and it proposes that we take a piece of that and that we use it to fund land and water protection, park and trail restoration, right? And I think that's a good thing. I think that's a good thing in Massachusetts to be supporting those things, and we would be able to do it in a way that doesn't raise fees or taxes on anyone. So I think that's important. I also think we've got to continue the push on housing. Over the last 3.5 years, I have worked really hard to bring more homes online, and we made ADUs something you can do by right. We decreased permitting times at the state level over a year down to just 30 days. We've done all sorts of incentives, to make home construction work. We got rid of brokers' fees for renters. And, we've got to continue to look at ways that we can build more homes here, because I want our young people to be able to afford apartments, be able to afford homes here. I've got a new program, $25,000 towards a home for a first-time home buyer. So, any efforts that increase housing, there's a proposal out there, YIGBY, yes in my backyard, and it would allow something that, I support. Early on I did a survey. I asked the teams, I said, let's do a survey of state land. Maybe it's you've got abandoned state hospitals or courthouses that have been shut down that we're not using, and let's turn those over for housing development. Actually, the federal law that was just passed on housing does something like that. It creates a public land database. So, that's what we got to do. Similarly, there's a proposal out there that looks at land that, schools, that churches, religious institutions have that might be available for housing. I think any opportunity that we can take advantage of to build housing in the state, we've got to do it. We've got to do it because we've still got a shortage. I mean, I've made a dent. I came in at a time, housing crisis, we were short about 220,000 homes. I've cut into that, all right? We've brought online, we've got built or permitted or under construction 100,000 homes. So we just got to keep, pedal to the metal on that. And, I think that's super important for ballot questions, but also just for legislation generally, and also at the local level. Say yes to housing. Say yes to housing. It's good for the state.
Governor, the president, even though he votes by mail himself, is not a fan of mail-in voting, and he's back at the Supreme Court again trying to get them to do something about mail-in voting. So that brings us to a question that's upsetting a lot of people, a change in mail-in voting for this coming election, and just declaring national emergencies or having troops at the polls. I mean, what can we do here in Massachusetts to make sure that whatever he tries to do will not be effective here in the Commonwealth?
Well, we're going to keep mail-in voting. I mean, and I know the Secretary of State's office and local officials will run a safe and secure election here. Mail-in ballots, I think they go up pretty soon, actually, for the primaries.
You're saying because states run the elections?
Well, that's the thing. People got to know that across this country, it is your state and local officials who actually run elections. And, we have seen time and time again them do that well. And even when they've been screwed around with by Trump, you had public officials, think about Brad Raffensperger when he was asked to go find 11,000 votes, or think about other court cases where courts have held. Elections have been administered in fair and secure ways. Now, what do I think we're going to see? I think we're going to see all bets are off. We're going to see everything and anything thrown at us by the Trump administration. They will be sending DOJ monitors to Massachusetts and states around the country. They will be sending out federal agents to try to intimidate and keep voters from the polls. They're going to go try to steal ballot boxes. They're going to file cases ahead of, voting day to block people from voting. They're going to try to find ways to take people off the voter rolls. We just got to be prepared. Know this is coming because this is a desperate president, a desperate man, a desperate narcissistic man who wants to do everything he can to retain power. And the only way he's going to do that with approval ratings that are absolutely in the tank, the lowest of any president in history, is by trying to rig the election. So let's see it coming. Let's make sure we support our local and state officials here and around the country. Let's also make sure that people are registered to vote. They know how to vote. They've got a plan to vote. And that we support mobilization. Because if people are afraid to get out and vote, we don't want them to be intimidated. So these are the things that we need to do here in Massachusetts and what we need to do around the country. But, unfortunately, we got just over 90 days to go to the election. So we are going to see, day by day, week by week, another ridiculous effort by Donald Trump to steal this election.
Couldn't the Supreme Court overrule Massachusetts on the mail-in voting?
On the mail-in voting?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not a constitutional scholar. I don't think so. And at this point,
Jim, you're a constitutional scholar.
Look, we got 90 days to go, and let's focus on the task at hand. Let's do what we need to do here in Massachusetts in terms of getting people out to vote, getting people registered to vote. A lot's on the line, not just the federal seats, but we've got state races, we've got legislative races, we've got local races. And your vote is your power, and we've got to show up like never before, including people who feel like government, understandably, may have abandoned them. Who haven't seen the receipts, who don't see government working for them. We've got to get out there and talk about the things that I know that I do as a candidate. The things that I've delivered on, the things that I'm doing, my focus, which is on affordability every day and standing up to the abuses of this Trump administration, delivering more homes and housing, lowering healthcare costs, lowering your gas and electric bills, growing the economy, These are things that we need to continue to talk about and do and get people voting and get to the polls. Get to the polls.
Bob in Norwood, you're next. You're on with the governor. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Governor, thank you so much for establishing the Norwood Hospital Task Force for the reopening of Norwood Hospital. The recommendation from your task force is that the state take by eminent domain the property located at Norwood Hospital and to force a sale for an operator to reopen the hospital. And I was just wondering if you would support Senate Bill H553, which would do just that, force a sale by eminent domain, like was done in the case of St. Elizabeth, to reopen the hospital, which is going on 6 years now for closure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. Look, I have a lot of sympathy for the folks in the Norwood area. Norwood Hospital was a great hospital. Unfortunately, it was a hospital that was run by that thief, Ralph De La Torre, and so it actually had a terrible flood, and it was closed down and under construction, and then all that stuff happened with Stewart, so it's still sitting there, mothballed essentially. I'd love to see it reopen. And you know, I'm happy to support that legislation, which also I think says though you've got to find an operator. Like you can't just take it over. You got to find a hospital system to actually run the hospital. That's not something government can do. So that's what we really need to see. But I sure hope we can get something back there because you know the people of that area you know lack that hospital presence right now. And you know somebody who wants to make sure that healthcare is more available and accessible. You know, I'd love to see that happen.
You know, we talked to you before about congestion pricing, but you see more and more written about it and talked about it, and the mayor seems to be on board with this in Boston. What do you think?
Well, look, I think we've got to do everything we can to get more people using public transit. I'll say that. I mean, it relates to something I announced yesterday. We thought we'd try out this summer, during all the World Cup and everything else, that we'd make our commuter rail monthly passes half off, and we'd make Fridays free, and we'd make weekends, you know, you could go if you had a pass and bring along a companion for just $1. And you know, part of why I did that is because I wanted to see and try to incent more people to use public transit. The numbers were amazing. Ridership's way up, and that's a good thing. And so, you know, I said to the team, you know what? We're just going to continue this. So yesterday I announced, I actually took the commuter rail line in to North Station the other day. I announced that we are doing 50% off your monthly pass through the fall. We're doing, we've dropped the express bus fare from like $4.25 down to $1.70. We're doing automatic transfers, so you can, you know, you buy your ticket and you can then use it to hop on a ferry or a subway or a bus. And for a 2-hour window, you don't have to, like, people would get on the subway or get on a bus, right? Go down to the grocery store, buy their groceries, and come back. It used to be you get charged both ways. Now, if you know you go and you've got a couple hours to do those errands and get back. So these are all things we need to do to get people off of the roads, to get them using public transit. Also, you've got to make public transit attractive, which is why I've invested so much through Phil Lang and the team in getting rid of those slow zones, in improving service, in you know, creating a T and a commuter rail that people can rely on. Do we have more work to do? Yeah. But, you know, 3.5 years ago, the trains were on fire. So we're making some progress. We opened up a couple new commuter rail lines down to the South Coast. It's terrific. We opened up a new ferry loop in Boston Harbor that gets people, you know, over from East Boston and over to the seaport and, you know, over to Charlestown. So I think these kind of investments are important as we look at the traffic situation generally. And certainly, you know, congestion pricing, you know, is part of a conversation out there. I know that immediately and first and foremost, I've got to think about, you know, what I can do to improve my own public transit system so that more people are not using our highways and are going to be relying on the commuter rail, the T, and our buses. We also made regional transit free, which I think is important. You know, sometimes people in Boston and Greater Boston are only focused on Greater Boston. And look, I represent the whole state, and it was important to me that we make buses free for people around the state because, you know, people need to be able to get to school, to community college, to their doctor's appointments, and to shop. And so that's also something we've seen huge ridership increases in, and, you know, that's something I'm proud of.
So before you go, only have 30 seconds. People always ask us, who's the guest you've never been able to get? And at the top of our list for both of us is the person who jumped out of the subway into the Mystic River.
Is that right?
Do you know who she is?
No, I mean, no.
So you really don't?
No.
You do?
No.
Oh.
But I can find her.
Can you find out?
I'll try to find her.
Okay,
yeah,
fine.
I hope she's
That would make
she
us
just
really-
sort of disappeared.
Yeah,
She
and
did a
I'll
quick
give her a ride on the
breaststroke
Orange
across-
Line.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right here.
I'll give her my own Charlie card.
Governor
Lisa,
Healey,
I
it's
do.
good to see you. Thanks for your time.
All right, thanks,
Really
everybody.
appreciate it.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
so much.
We have been speaking with Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey, and we're sorry we couldn't get to all the calls. and text messages. We say goodbye to those of you listening on NEPM. Make sure to tune into the fabulous 413 starting at 3 this afternoon. We're going to keep going here in Boston. After this quick break, our national security expert, Juliette Kayyem, is going to join us. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Brady. This is BPR and GBH and NEPM live from the BPL and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
If you're a GBH sustainer and you received a new bank or credit card in the mail recently, there's an easy way to update your information. Just visit gbh.org/update and keep your membership up to date. That's gbh.org/update.
Funding for our programs comes from you and Harvard Business School Baker Library, featuring an exhibit on Muriel Siebert, the first woman to buy a seat on the New York Stock Exchange, open to the public. Details at library.hbs.edu. And Heights Crossing, an assisted living and memory support community offering residents experiences aimed at promoting independence, inspiring curiosity, and encouraging connection with others. More at heightscrossing.com.
I'm Jared Bowen. Tune into The Culture Show for daily discourse on the arts and culture scene, and join us for what is a continuous conversation about the state of the arts with the most interesting thinkers, innovators, and creators in the region and beyond. From the poets to the painters to the power brokers who hold the purse strings. It's all here on The Culture Show today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. On August 11th, we're going to be joined here at the library by the Attorney General of the Commonwealth, and on August 12th by the Mayor of the City of Boston, Michelle Wu. Hello again, Jim.
Hey there, Margie. We're joined now at the library by Juliette Kayyem. Juliette's former Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security under President Obama, Faculty Chair of the Homeland Security Program at the Kennedy School of Government, CNN's Senior National Security Analyst. Her new Substack is called Early Warning with Juliette Kayyem. Early Warning with Juliette, as in JULIETTE.substack.com. Hello, Juliette.
Hello.
Nice
Hi,
to see
everyone.
you.
Thank you for the plug and having fun on Substack.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for we have Shark Week. We're going to talk about that in just a second. But before we get to Shark Week, it's getting scary to a lot of us what's going on in Iran now with the Saudis joining in. So where are we and what are the prospects of our getting out of this mess?
So, part of me wants to answer honestly, or will answer honestly, which is I don't know, because the narrators of what's going on are unreliable at any given moment. I mean, not just the Iranians, of course, but the Americans. And so you get a lot of bravado from Trump and Hegseth, and yet you see, or at least you hear some reporting that we're basically, my understanding is we're about to concede a whole lot to make this war end. Last time I was here, I had just written on this war is over. It's just Trump has to realize it, that we have lost. And I think that has become very clear. There's also some really legitimate reporting that within the Pentagon, there is now a drumbeat of discussion about our capability and our capacity to move this thing forward. We really cannot ratchet up. I mean, because the commitment would be bodies that would be killed and ammunition that we don't necessarily have. So I think this thing is over and it's going to hurt, and we're going to end up at a place worse than where we started, with the Supreme Leader more committed to building nuclear weapons, a Strait of Hormuz that now has some sort of fine or penalty or payment system, deterioration of our alliances with Europe and
I'm only
and the Gulf
laughing. I'm
states.
sorry to interrupt. I laughed. It makes it sound like I'm laughing. I'm laughing because I'm thinking of watching Trump on TV last night saying, quote, we control the Strait of Hormuz.
I know. We do not. We do not. It's very interesting. I mean, obviously he wants to create this narrative for himself. The American public, to their credit, is not buying it.
Yeah, that's true.
And the Gulf states are obviously not buying it. So one thing that I'm looking at that I'll probably write about for next week is, you have these like invisible hands of war, like, these things that are happening that we don't really pay that much attention to. I think it's striking that on Friday of last week was the first time that what we call the maritime insurance companies, the ones that actually insure, basically said to Saudi Arabia, it's over. We're not going to insure you. And that is when you saw Saudi Arabia go bat crazy, and you saw this momentum. And so in a weird way, the insurance companies also are saying, look, we're looking at this risk calculation now. We see no end to it. The oil prices may or may not reflect what's going on in reality, but here's what we're going to do. We're ending insurance, and so now it's the first time they did it against a Gulf state. No Saudi vessels or any vessels that have been in Saudi Arabia. Not a surprise that Saudi Arabia is now fully engaged to try to end this thing, including, of course, getting involved with the fight. This is hurting Saudi Arabia in ways that I think they never could have imagined either.
We're talking to Juliette Kayyem. So, Juliette, at the United Nations, when they were talking about Ukraine, France, under Macron, who has gone out of his way to try to cultivate a relationship with Trump, another relationship that no matter what you gave him doesn't matter, you don't get back. France was criticizing the human rights record of the United States, and there was a walkout by the United States officials. What was that about?
It was very interesting. It almost got no play, but I thought, just everything that's going on. So we see what's happening. So the United States is trying to push other countries, in particular Venezuela, who we invaded and then put in number 2 with seemingly no real changes to the political system, to walk away from the international sort of human rights norms that included the ICC, which we've never been a part of. France obviously wants it. France and other European countries want it. So we're at the stage now where our allies are not saying their displeasure behind closed doors, but are making very public statements. If you look, for example, at France and Germany's Twitter feeds, you cannot believe the things that are coming out of like legitimate, embassy of France in the United States stuff. So they're criticizing the United States, making fun of Trump. It was hilarious. I mean, they had one that was, maybe it was a retweet of one that said, Trump has now won this war 12 times, or something like that. It's just like they're playing in the game that Trump knows. So on this, they gave a speech at the UN, their human rights person, and the American delegation to the UN, the American walked out of our allies' speech, which I don't know of a historical precedent for that.
Well, you know what precipitated this too? We had this guy, Volker Turk, on our show a few weeks ago. He's the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. And let's hear him first. Yeah. He was with us in December, it wasn't a couple of weeks ago, about human rights being one thing in the world that unites us all. Well, actually, it doesn't unite us all, unfortunately, but it unites a lot of people and countries. Here's Volker Turk with us.
We are in a very divided world. We are a very polarized world. We are in a world where we see too many wars in too many countries. The right thing to do is to actually make sure that human rights, which is the one thing that unites people, is actually coming out strong, which means political support, strategic support, funding support.
So what's interesting is what preceded this walkout in France criticizing us was a vote to re-up Volker Turk for 4 more years. Yeah. It prevailed by a mere 144 to 10. Among the countries voting no on the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, North Korea, that's a good country, Russia, and the United States of America voted with 7 other countries to oppose the continued tenure of one of the most important figures in the world on human rights.
Well, it's because of Israel. I mean,
of course.
Because the commissioner...
They voted no, too. I should have said that.
That the commissioner views what Netanyahu's doing in Gaza, West Bank, the settlers, and, of course, Lebanon as human rights violation. We talked last week about... or I don't know if we talked about it, but, the mayor of New York making a case for why Netanyahu is a war criminal and shouldn't show up in New York, although that's unlawful. And I think that's right. I just think if you are a political person now, and I mean this also mostly for the Democratic Party, and you cannot talk about human rights and Gaza and the West Bank and Lebanon in a honest manner right now of what's going on. I don't see any oxygen behind you as a candidate, and I think that's the debate you're seeing in the Democratic Party as to what extent are our values going to be reflected in our foreign policy. Unfortunately, the Biden administration, and you're seeing their soft apology in the New Yorker and other things. There's a big New Yorker piece. You know, they're starting to be on an apology tour. That group needs to address what in fact happened under Biden. I don't think anyone doubts that now. My personal feeling is I don't want to spend 2 years deciding about whether Biden's, Secretary of State or whoever, is going to be part of the conversation. We've got bigger things to deal with. Let's just move on, and I mean that literally. Like the next generation, which doesn't even include me, it's younger people. The next generation has just got to accept this.
Yeah, that's pretty upsetting. North Korea, Israel, Russia, and us.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to something else. I saw Governor Andy Beshear on television last night. A lot of people think he's going to run for president. He looks kind of like an Eagle Scout.
Yes,
But anyway, he's talking about McConnell, who has been, I think, 6 weeks now.
Yes.
Supposedly having conversations with people.
Scott Jennings.
The CNN.
That's Scott
right,
Jennings.
You could
Well, explain who he
Jennings.
is and explain the challenge that Beshear issued last night to Jennings.
Scott Jennings is a Republican guy. He has a podcast. I think he's a commentator often on CNN.
Used to work for McConnell.
That's right. He used to work for McConnell, and they're very friendly. He claims he had a 17-minute conversation with McConnell in which he sounded great. So Andy Beshear gets on CNN last night and says, well, if McConnell can have a 17-minute conversation with Scott Jennings, can't he have a 2-minute conversation or a 3-minute conversation to assure the people of Kentucky that he's going to come back and do their business?
Wait, on the air live. You left that out. On the air live.
That's what he also asked that, too, on the air live, which is probably not going to happen, but at least a conversation with somebody who's
he has to... that's not
a buddy.
And meanwhile, we've had a series of very unconvincing proofs of life, because none of them really are proofs of life. They're the staff saying, he's still, tying his shoes or whatever. 6 weeks ago, I'm sorry that McConnell had a medical incident. 6 weeks later, if he's brain dead. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but now the burden of proof is on McConnell to literally McConnell, not staff, not Scott Jennings, to prove that he should and this is where my point comes in, lawfully be sitting in the Senate, because there are incapacitation is a justification for the governor, a Democrat, to fill the seat. So I want us to start thinking about this as election interference, because Beshear, and I'm guessing Beshear is going to do something today or tomorrow. Beshear only has till August 3rd. There's some weird state rules in Kentucky about when a governor can actually fill a seat before an election. So that, for some reason, that November, going back, it's August 3rd. So Beshear has to fill the seat by August 3rd, even if it has not lawfully been vacated or hasn't been formally vacated by McConnell. So that's the fight that you're going to see. We've been waiting long enough. I'm getting a little bit antsy with Governor Beshear, but I get what his strategy is. My guess is that he's going to pull up straight to the deadline, and he's starting to give ultimatums. Say, I haven't heard anything. It's August 3rd. I've been waiting. I've been asking. He can call Scott Jennings. He can call me, and I'm appointing. And then I don't know who the person would be, but there's probably some Democrat waiting in the wings to be appointed. Then you're going to get the litigation, but at least it's a fight. And every Democrat will go on air and say, this litigation can end. McConnell, give us a call.
Yeah, but can I say one last quick thing about this?
It's election
but the
interference.
problem is not just McConnell. The problem is how weak and pathetic the voters are. There was that congressman from New Jersey who didn't show up for months.
Kane.
Keen. Well, whatever his name is, Keen. He's the son of the former governor. Keen, you're right, it is. I think it's Keen. There's McConnell. There was the person who was in the nursing home in was it Arizona or wherever, right? It's both parties.
Yeah.
The people, even if I supported an elected official, I'd like to think I'd be together enough to publicly say, you got to show up for work or tell us why you're not.
Yeah.
And they don't.
My guess is that
so it's not just McConnell; it's the people
it
of
is.
Kentucky.
But this is, I mean, McConnell was the leader of the Senate, and
could have ended the reign of Donald Trump had he allowed the conviction vote.
I mean, that will always be. But I just want us. Like, this is election interference. Like the governor was saying right before I come on, they're going to try all sorts of different ways. This is an interesting way, keeping a dead person, pretending like he's, or whatever his capacity is. I apologize, but keeping him some fake narrative that he's able to still be a senator. This is election interference, and Democrats need to start talking about it that way. That election interference isn't just ICE being deployed at the polling booths, or isn't just the trying to end mail-in voting. It is lying about the capacity of a Republican senator to deprive a Democratic governor who is, by law of the state, authorized to fill that seat when the senator is incapacitated.
All right, let's move on to something much more important. There are sharks in the water.
There are sharks in the
read
water.
about this.
Shark
in
Week.
your early morning.
Are you a Shark Week person?
My kids were tremendous Shark Week persons. I can't admit I get into it as much as they did.
Yeah.
You're pretending, though, you're not as low rent as we are. In your Substack, while we would be talking purely about how exciting and much fun this whole thing is, you, of course, have to make a point, which is fairly convincing, that there's a lesson about risk and risk aversion.
Risk offset. Yeah.
Risk offset. Explain what that is and what you said, please.
So I'm going to assume people have watched Jaws, but there's a narrative in Jaws that Mayor Vaughn, the sort of hated mayor of Amity Island, got everything wrong. And I take a scene, a sort of iconic scene from it. The mother of the dead boy, the boy who was taken in that second scene, comes up to the leaders of the city, of the town, and the police chief, and says, you knew, because someone had died before. And sort of ask readers and make my argument that I do in class that the mayor was right in keeping the oceans open. A single flukish event cannot guide the way we live as a society, and so rethinking Jaws and the decisions were made was and what it says about risk and risk calculation is my I guess trying to elevate the discourse on Jaws. But I want to be clear here. I love Jaws without any analysis. I think.
Would you go in the ocean off Wellfleet, for example?
I'm going to be honest with you. So as you know, I'm a surfer.
I know that.
And the last time I surfed on the Cape was 2 years ago. I don't hear so much about surfing, about sharks this summer. For some reason, that summer was. And when I surf alone, I will get an instructor or someone from one of these, these guys get hired for like, $30 an hour, because I don't like surfing alone in new oceans. And he had a waist pinger to keep sharks off, and we were surfing in an area that had a sort of ping, whatever. That's fine. That's legitimate. That's great, because that's what the community should do. But I was sitting there and I thought, I'm not enjoying myself, and haven't surfed on the Cape since.
I told Margaret yesterday I would not be surfing this summer.
Yeah.
I've decided.
So I head to Rhode Island. So I'm in Rhode Island until the sharks find us there.
Narragansett is a great surf spot,
right?
Exactly.
Narragansett.
But when you go to these beaches down the Cape, oh my God, they have the big picture of the shark.
You get to the beach,
it's hilarious.
There's a sign the size of a billboard.
I want to be fair to the Cape. They've done a lot, obviously, to control sharks. There's also an app that I talk about, Sharktivity.
Sharktivity.
You can actually,
right on my phone here.
You have it? Yeah, you can
course.
sort of find out where the sharks are. There was one death of a guy who was surfing alone very early in the morning in like the last 4 decades. So to be honest, I'm blaming the sharks on the Cape. It's just warmer in Rhode Island, and I like my warm ocean, and I think everyone should get out into the oceans, because now I'm going to be sued by the Chamber of Commerce of the Cape.
So they're surfing a lot in Narragansett.
They are. Narragansett, they're everywhere, and Second Beach and other places in Rhode Island. Yeah, and Newport.
I saw them in Westport last weekend, too. They were surfing crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good to see you, Juliette.
Bye, you guys. I'll see you. Oh, wait.
What?
I won't see you, but I'll be here Friday. I'm guest co-hosting. Well, thank you. Well, Fridays in August, or whatever date it is. Is it August on Friday? Yes.
Yes, it is.
We won't be
July
seeing you, and a
well-deserved
long weekend.
A long weekend, I know. I'm very excited
I was very
about it.
excited.
We're going to be here other Fridays.
What will you do with it?
Goodbye.
Exactly. I'll go surfing in Rhode Island.
Okay, talk to you
Goodbye,
soon.
Juliette.
See you
Thank
Friday.
you.
We've been speaking with Juliette Kayyem, former Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security under President Barack Obama, Faculty Chair of Homeland Security Program at Harvard's Kennedy School of Government, and CNN Senior National Security Analyst. Her new Substack is called Early Warning with Juliette Kayyem. That's Early Warning with Juliette.substack.com. Early Warning with Juliette.substack.com. Thank you, Juliette. Coming up after this quick break, TJ and Hadley Douglas, a husband and wife wine duo, are back to discuss their latest adventure. I'm Marjorie Egan. He is, well, not adventure, their latest venture, let's put it that way.
Good.
Although we'd be happy to hear about their adventures as well. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. You're listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Edgar B. Harwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, well, what would our charming New England landscape be without those lichen-laden, borderline crumbling stone walls? And how is repairing or building one like writing a magazine think piece? One senior editor at The Atlantic quit his job to become a part-time waller. He joins to divulge the history, the art, and the legacy. Today at 1 on the Curiosity Desk.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And the Museum of Science. From live science demonstrations to hands-on exhibits, families can explore the wonders of Earth's evolution and the frontiers of space this summer. Learn more at MOS.org. And South Coast Artists, presenting its 23rd Annual Open Studio Tour August 15th and 16th in Tiverton and Little Compton, Rhode Island, and Dartmouth and Westport, Massachusetts. Tour brochure downloads available at southcoastartists.org.
Welcome back to BPR on 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. August 11th at the library, the Attorney General joins us for an hour. August 12th at the library, Mayor Wu joins us for an hour. Joined now live at the library by people we've known for years, TJ and Hadley Douglas, husband and wife wine duo, celebrated for their work to bring diversity and joy to the wine business. We met them years ago as the owners of the Urban Grape in the South End, and they expanded to a location in D.C. But as I'm guessing you know, at the end of last year, they closed both shops, though they remain committed to their mission, and they're re-emerging with a new venture, Urban Cellar Consulting, offering wine and sommelier. Sommelier, is that how you say it?
Sommelier.
No, sommelier, whatever.
Sommelier.
I'm sorry about that. Let me say it again.
It's French.
Sommelier services, working with restaurants to diversify their wine menu, creating wine programming for festivals. They'll fill in all the blanks. And write this down. You can learn more at urbancellarconsulting.com. And I would like to say before we start,
yes,
Marjorie on Monday was very unkind to me when I came in with a shaved head. Now we would like to hear, as you welcome TJ and Hadley, what do you have to say about TJ's bald head?
Well, you know, he's a different man. I don't know. I mean, it looks good on you.
Okay,
yeah,
fine. Thank you.
I'm not sure.
It's great to see you both, by the way.
It's good to
Shaved
see you.
and not. It's great to see you.
Shaved or not, yeah. But maybe a few days.
Okay, fine,
your
Marjorie.
head getting
Let's
used to
move
it
on.
or something
Thank you.
like that. Okay, so you got a lot of good news for us. But before we get to the great news, it was very upsetting to a lot of us. We spent a lot of time at your store, right around the corner, where you had the milk thing, the skim milk to the 2% milk to the whole milk to the cream. This was a wonderful thing for people that know nothing about wine to go in and get like up to the richest scale.
Yeah, the progressive scale.
A progressive scale. Thank you. So what happened?
Yeah. So well, it's nice to hear you miss us. We miss
did.
everyone
I do.
We miss everyone too.
People were so nice to me in there too.
You know, we expanded and it was going well. And DC is a bit of a different. We expanded to DC, and DC is a bit of a different animal now than it was when we expanded there, and the Boston store was a guarantor on the DC store, and that's the story. Aww. But you know, we had a wonderful 15 years here in Boston. Boston was always been our home, always been a wonderful supporter of us, and is continuing to support our new venture.
Good.
We've really have like hit the ground running with all of that, and maintained so many wonderful customer relationships, client relationships with different corporations throughout the city, but also like our former customers who are having us into their homes to do wine events for them and work on their wine cellars and advise them. So we've been able to really keep the party going.
So TJ, expand on that a little bit. I not only mispronounced sommelier, but I don't think I described it so well. Broaden it out what your wife said. What are you doing now? What is this thing?
So many things. I have a client where I'm moving 1,000 bottles from his South End home to his new home and entering it into a database so he can organize his own wine. And honestly, I do it progressively from light-bodied wines to full-bodied wines.
It's a brilliant,
so when he's
brilliant
cooking
idea.
at home, just
favorite,
grab a great bottle. We are also doing a lot of events. I did this great event last night for Jumpstart Kids. They're doing a little fundraiser and a board meeting, and I did a little wine tasting, actually a South African wine tasting. You know, the goal is to always make people feel a little bit more comfortable with their palates after they have a urban cellar experience with me. And then we have things like Tanglewood.
What are you doing on the 15th?
So Tanglewood hired us as a consulting company to bring back their tasting notes, which is the Tanglewood Wine and Food Festival, which is on August 15th. And so I've been working with the vendors that I've been working with for the last 20 plus years in Boston, and we've got about 120 wines, bunch of tables from everything from Uruguay to Mount Etna to Napa to Bordeaux, and it's a great opportunity for people to learn about wine, but do it in such a beautiful setting. Have you been to Tanglewood before?
I'm going on Friday.
It's like
again.
magic.
So this was back in the day.
Beautiful.
They Lydia Shire used to cook there, Joanne Chang used to cook there, and it was this massive, beautiful event, and it took an 8-year hiatus. So John Stanton, who's the director of venues and events for Tanglewood, brought us on, and we're revamping and really rebirthing the wine festival out there. You know,
I thought of you guys when the stores were still open. It wasn't on your list, and I'm betting it is on your agenda. When you go to a large restaurant in town that's got a great wine list, they know what they're doing generally, and they have the resources to do it. But there's so many small restaurants that have the desire but don't have the resources to have their own deal. And it seems to me that something like you are the perfect fix. Is that something that's on
so Jim, that's a huge goal of ours. We haven't dived into that yet so deeply. But yeah, you go to these great restaurants in our city, and they have beverage directors, wine directors, bar directors, sommeliers, and especially with all these amazing opportunities that Mayor Wu did with the liquor licenses in other areas of Boston, whether it's Everett or Mattapan, a lot of these places have great food, right? But a lot of times, because they don't know that wine exists, right? They know their Greek dish or their Ethiopian dish or their Jamaican dish. You go there to eat, but your options are Heineken or Coca-Cola, right? So how great would it be to have a little $7 glass of wine, create a revenue stream for a small family-owned business? And so that's a big goal for Urban Cellar Consulting.
Yeah, absolutely. And TJ's so good at that. He's so good at being able to come in and look at, pair wine with food, pair it to what the restaurant's cuisine is, but also really think about the revenue stream. How can we help this restaurant make money? And with restaurants hurting so much right now, every dollar counts. So being able to go in and help them with these revenue streams is really important.
I've only done it a couple of times, but when I've gone out with one of these fancy dinners where they pair the wine with the food with every course, oh my God, it's great. I mean, you just feel like a little bit of royalty, and the food is perfectly matched. But I'm upset about all this report. I mean, I know people say, okay, you shouldn't drink too much, obviously, shouldn't drink too much. But the idea that drinking has become unhealthy now, I mean, the idea of going out to a lovely meal and having a Diet Coke with my lovely meal.
I know.
And I know Ozempic, the weight loss drugs are changing things, but this is a problem for your business, but I think it's a problem for everybody.
I think it's sort of a epidemic, a social epidemic. We have all forgotten how to hang out and enjoy time with each other, and that lost art of enjoying food and wine together. Not to get drunk, not to be overserved, but to just relax and share with each other is very much a lost art. And after the stores closed, we ran off to Italy for a little bit. And
nice.
It's not been lost over there, and it was so nice to be in that culture again of just the nice long meals and always having a glass of wine. And I hope that we can get back to that here. I just think that everyone has kind of retreated to their corners in social media, and we have to remember that it's important to get back out and spend time with each other.
Well, remember when Ezekiel Emanuel wrote his book, Eat the Ice Cream?
Yes.
He said the single most important thing to longevity combined with health was socializing with other people,
and
which is why he's pro ice cream eating, because you generally do it with another human being. But go ahead.
And to me, wine is the thing that
Very much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel the same way about like having a vodka tonic. It's like wine. I guess some people feel that way about beer, but I feel that way about wine.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I brought wine today.
Oh, yeah. What are we drinking?
Well, because Hadley and I have been on this show with
So
you
many
all
times.
so many
We've
times.
never
over the last,
not brought wine.
10,
so
15 years.
We had to keep it going.
Yeah, we can't have a sober lunch. So, I love South Africa. It's one of the most exciting wine regions, as a general wine region, on this planet. Right? They've been growing wine for wine grapes well over 400 years. But it really didn't start to, hit at least North American shores until after apartheid. So it's actually a really young wine industry, and therefore there aren't a lot of blinders on the producers. So here we have a great Sauvignon Blanc. A buddy of mine has this, a great Sauvignon Blanc, and it's the oldest Sauvignon Blanc vines and grapes in South African wine country. And so they're about 60 years old. They produce really tiny berries. It has like this almost like volcanic-y iron kind of quality to it, and it takes like what we know about New Zealand or Sancerre, and it just amplifies it so much. And these are the things that we get to bring, because we're actually no longer retail sellers, so like I don't sell wine anymore.
Yeah.
But I have the opportunity to provide wine through clients, and we get to have great stuff like this.
What is it called?
Yeah, what is the name of that?
This is Klein Amish School.
Klein, that's K-L-I-N-E.
Yeah, and of course this bottle gets left with you, so you can see it afterwards.
okay.
Yeah, Klein Amish School, the Amos block.
What I realize, I'm going to stop there. Every time you're here and you were kind enough to give us white wine, I say I really don't like white wine, but this is great. Maybe I do like white wine.
I think you like white
how many
wine.
times? One of the things that we talk to you about all the time, beyond the fact that you were celebrated by everything, from the United States Chamber of Commerce to your customers to everything, is you broke a lot of barriers around women and particularly people of color-owned wine businesses. Yeah. Where are things? We haven't talked to you in 6 months, 8 months. Where are things in mid-2026?
Quieter.
Quieter.
Really quieter?
Very
And is
quiet.
that because, you can be arrogant for 1 second if you want, is it because what you did trickled down? I remember meeting, for example, some of the great students from BU you had, and met them in the store and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Why you're both shaking your heads no? Why?
I think it's follow the money. I think that people are not investing as much in new businesses started by women and people of color, particularly in the wine industry. So it was always hard to have a wine brand or have a wine retail space or something like that. Now you can't find people that want to invest anymore, and it really is an issue of how the money is funneling into these businesses. There's been a huge slowdown in new wine brands, new wine concepts that are started by women and people of color, and it's so sad to see. So sad to see. And I think because our store has closed in Massachusetts, a lot of the distributors aren't bringing these wines into the state anymore because they don't have our store to sell them in. So it's been sad to see, but I'm hoping that it's a temporary
Okay, so before you go, Urban, this is obviously TJ and Hadley Douglas, who've known for years from Urban Grape. Now it's urbancellarconsulting.com. Who could reach out to you and take advantage of what you're now doing?
Anyone.
What kinds of people?
Anyone.
Well, really?
Do we want a 15-person birthday party?
Oh,
do you
really?
have a
Great.
50-bottle wine fridge, and you want to know how do I grow this, or what do I drink? You corporate office, we do a lot of gatherings, and it's a great thing for retreats after board meetings. But then also come see us at Tanglewood. And I do want to mention, Marjorie, you mentioned you love wine dinner pairing, so I'm doing a Bordeaux night, or a night in Bordeaux, 4-course menu at Cello in Lenox.
Nice.
With the owners there, and we're curating an amazing
an incredible
meal.
place,
That's going to be the night before on August 14th. So, but yeah, wine is for everyone. To kind of go into our philosophy, wine is for everyone, and wine touches everything, right? Whether it's from supply and demand, or agriculture,
immigration,
climate
change,
or tariffs, right?
Yep.
Wine is involved with everything, and so I feel that we're always in the forefront of communicating that with our clients, whether they're big clients or smaller clients that are starting their wine journey.
Wait, before you go, all the stuff on the 15th in Tanglewood, is that on your website? I'm looking.
It's
How do you
on so you go to tanglewood.org/wine.
Yep. Tanglewood.org/wine.
And that's where you can find all the tickets. And we have a discount code just for your
Oh,
listeners.
say it again. What is discount code? What is it?
Wine
Jim's saving money
50.
here.
Okay, wine 50.
Tanglewood.org/wine.
Yep.
And then the code is wine
50.
50. Great.
For
and that's $50 off the $150
Oh, fabulous.
Oh, and that's
not bad.
Just for your listeners this week.
So at this event, just one last thing.
Yeah.
So people will be eating and drinking wine indoors, outdoors.
It's
Where's it going to be?
Outdoors, under the tent.
Under the tent.
Yeah.
Oh,
and,
nice.
And then 8 of the local restaurants in the Lennox Sturbridge area out there are doing some of their signature dishes, and that's all inclusive. So kind of think about like what they've done at Nantucket Wine Fest or back in the day at the Boston Wine Expo with like that. It's just a fun place, and obviously there's going to be some music as well.
Yeah.
By the way, despite all the headaches at the BSO, which we talk about all the time, Tanglewood, as we said, is one of the most beautiful spots to hear music and enjoy wine in the world. It's spectacular. It's wonderful to see you both again.
Nice to see you both.
Lots of
Thank
luck
you
and
very
everything.
much,
We'll
and
see you
best of
soon.
luck with all of this.
Thank you
very
Great
much.
To see you.
Tanglewood.org/wine. Wine 50 is the code.
Yep, and we'll see all of you in Lennox on the 15th.
Take care. Thanks.
That's right. We've been speaking with husband and wife duo TJ and Hadley Douglas. Their new venture is Urban Cellar Consulting. I'm going to give you the website, urbancellarconsulting.com. That's urbancellarconsulting.com. And for the Tanglewood events, it's
Tanglewood.org/wine.
Got it.
And then wine 50 for $50 off the ticket to the wine festival.
Great.
Take care of you too.
Thank you very
Great
much.
to
Coming
see
up
you.
after
Thanks
a
for
quick
the
break,
wine.
we're going to open the lines to get your thoughts on the simple, sensual pleasures of our daily lives. Wine could fit right nicely into this next discussion, Jim, I think. And opening ourselves up to momentary mindfulness. Jim is great at noticing those little things, not just in a way that promotes gratitude. Maybe you'd be better at it. We'll open the lines next. I'm Marjorie Egan, he's Jim Browdy. Listen to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
If it matters in Massachusetts, it's on In Common.
This weekend in Northampton, a little bit off the beaten path, on the outskirts of Salem, from across Massachusetts and around New England.
With reporting from 3 newsrooms across the Commonwealth, you'll get a statewide perspective you won't find anywhere else. What's happening, why it matters, and how it connects us, from the Berkshires to the Bay. Listen to In Common, Saturdays at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And PNC Bank, who believes when you pay attention to the details, amazing things can happen. Like when you check the pockets of a jacket you haven't worn since last fall and find $20. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
And the Boston Symphony Orchestra, presenting concerts at Tanglewood all summer long. Highlights include the BSO and Pops, classical soloists, and the Popular Artist Series. More at tanglewood.org.
Back to BPR 89.7 GBH, Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH. There's a new book, The Small Stuff, How to Lead a More Gratifying Life, argues that paying attention to small sounds and simple sensations can actually improve our lives big time. It's a concept known as passive mindfulness, which you actually know about, just accepting these life sensations without trying to change them, Marjorie, okay?
Okay.
We're inspired by a review of the book in the Globe, which posits that stop with just talking about the obvious, the listening to a waterfall or ocean waves crashing on the beach. What about, and this I'm quoting, the schwack schlump sound of paint hitting a wall, or the shwook of a book as you turn, I'm quoting from the piece in the Globe, as you turn the pages.
Okay.
I'll admit it, I'm skeptical of the concept, but Marjorie reminded me at our meeting this morning of a simple delight, think of this, close your eyes, of using a Q-tip to clean your ears after you shower. That is an experience to remember.
Mm-hmm.
Should we all stop and smell not just the roses, that's obvious, but more in our lives? Give us a call, 877-301-8970. What sights, sounds, And little everyday pleasures, not the obvious ones, help you survive and prosper in everyday life. The number's 877-301-8970. What does it for you, Marjorie?
Well, I want to mention Ryan from Rutland would like you to please send him some pictures of your shaved head because he can't find any online.
It's one of the great sounds of all time.
The shaving head.
No, rubbing my
rubbing
God.
your shaved
But
head.
let me tell you, because you think I was going to ridicule this whole topic, because I'm not a mindfulness person like you. Here is the sound that totally does it for me. Listen.
Okay.
What the hell is that?
What is that?
That is theoretically turning the page in a book. What book is that? The Oxford Dictionary?
The Magna Carta.
Really? I mean, that was ridiculous. But
Okay.
let me say again, for those who don't understand this, understand this concept. What this guy, whoever he is, who wrote this book, I think it's a guy, said you should listen to the schwack schlumpf
the book
of paint hitting the wall, or the schwick.
I think there are much
of a
better
book,
ones.
And it's like what, for example?
Well, we talked about this before, Jim.
Like what?
The crack of
No,
the
that's
bat.
an obvious one. I say that all the time. That doesn't count. It's more subtle
Green
stuff.
door slams, Mary's dress waves.
Maybe
How about
that
How about
counts,
that
yeah.
one? That's pretty good. You know what's a good summer one?
No.
The shoes, the flip flops that hit.
Oh, hitting the sidewalk.
No, their feet. Their
The feet, hit the feet, whatever they're called,
as
feet.
they walk around. Now, apparently, Jamie did a demonstration of walking on gravel.
This is going to be horrible
here's
too.
some
Let's
sound
do
of that.
one
It
of
could be
these, and that'll
horrible,
be it.
But we'll listen to this. Jamie on gravel.
Well, actually,
that's pretty
gravel.
good. That's
What
pretty
is good about that?
Sounds like a serial killer coming up to your house.
Exactly, it does. It's
They
like
do you
midnight
in.
start, and they also have exclusive sound of paint hitting the wall. Let's hear that.
I mean, do we have that?
Okay, good. Thank you. This is going off track already.
Okay.
Let
point
me
of this
reestablish this. Now, can you reestablish for listeners what we're trying to do?
The point of this is that you're supposed to pay attention
To
your
everything.
connection to the sensory world, you know?
Yeah.
You pay attention, maybe in the morning, if you grind your own coffee beans, you pay attention to the sounds
That's a good one.
of the
That's a
coffee
very good
grounds
one.
getting ground in the morning. A big one for the mindfulness people is to pay attention when you're folding the laundry, folding
Pay attention to
towels.
what?
Well, what you're doing, that you're folding this nice, sometimes it's still warm from the dryer, clean laundry, you're folding it, you're making it nice, and even if you're folding shirts, I'm very good at folding shirts.
You're very good at folding and wrapping, by the way.
Wrapping and
Very good
folding,
at
those are my
wrapping.
two big
Yeah,
skills.
You are.
Or the sound, you know how at wedding ceremonies, this is plastic, so it doesn't work as well. But tapping on a glass that's a real glass, not a plastic glass, people resonate with that. They resonate with the sound of ice cubes in a glass. All these kinds of things.
Those are good ones. Where'd you come up with
They're
those?
just off the top of my head. You're supposed to pay attention to those things. I mean, when are we running that Mary Oliver documentary stories?
We're interviewing the director,
Are we doing
the
it tomorrow?
great Mary Oliver. We're doing it tomorrow. We're going to run it sometime soon.
Oh,
Can
we're going
I-
to air it later in the month. I mean,
Good.
her whole thing, we just happened to see the documentary, but her whole thing was paying attention to the natural world, and this is paying attention to,
Okay.
and the theory is that if you pay attention to all these things, you are a happier or at least more aware person. You're not just kind of sleepwalking through life.
Okay, so here's some great examples from our listeners. And by the way, you should feel free to call us at 877-301-8970. All these are not, well, these are anonymous. For me, it's the sound of Jim pronouncing the Danish word hygge and shouting, "I want the hamburger." That's Steve Martin.
Say Hugh again, Jim.
Hygge.
Hygge.
Here's an anonymous texter. I just watched Airplane for the first time last night, thanks to you guys. Personally, a very satisfying noise to me is, look like I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing. You're missing the point, all of you, because we're not expressing it well.
Here's a good one.
What?
From Kathy in Plymouth. The sound of our dishwasher running at night puts me to sleep. Very soothing. Lots of people like to hear the sound. A lot of the modern ones don't make that much noise anymore. I have one that's not that modern. It's about 10 years old. Doesn't really make that much noise
Really?
anymore. No. But you know what else people like to listen to
No.
sometimes? The washer and the dryer. They like to hear those sounds.
Who likes to listen to the sound of washer and dryer? The only time you hear it is when you put sneakers in the dryer and everybody in the neighborhood wants you to move out. It's horrible.
You know what they sell at Trader Joe's?
No.
These soft, they're like baseball size.
I have those things, not baseball size, the smaller ones.
You put them in the dryer.
Yeah.
And they help everything dry.
Well, they
and you
also,
can hear
yeah.
them banging around in there.
Yeah,
You don't
it's
like
really
that?
comforting. No.
Okay.
So this is Zoe, our colleague. As an Emerson grad, there's one sound that always sparks joy in her. What's that sound? Do you know what it is?
Yeah, that's coming into the Green Line on Boylston Street.
That is exactly
that has
right.
Been there,
Very good.
Well, because I used to always take the T and get off there, and I always said, "What can't they ever?"
You've asked every head of the T, including Phil
Can't you
Lang.
just get some WD-40 and put it
Why
all
don't
over
you
the
get some
tracks or something like that?
WD-40?
Well, I'm not going to do it.
By the way, Marjorie, once again, has destroyed our discussion here by coming up with examples that aren't what we're talking. And you're a mindfulness person. That's what's
I'm
so
not a
surprising.
mindfulness person.
What are you? What's that thing you do?
Meditate.
Whatever.
It's different.
Same thing.
It's not
It's the same thing to me.
Okay.
So we want to know we don't want to hear about the waves crashing against the beach.
Here's a good
or
one.
the sound of a waterfall. It's small sensations.
Here's a good one.
Excuse me. Touch and sound that give your life some meaning.
Okay. This sound when you open a new can of coffee and the vacuum seal breaks.
That is fabulous.
That's a great one. That's from a texter.
When was the last time you used a can of coffee?
A long time ago.
Exactly.
I know.
mean, most of us don't do that anymore.
Yeah. And, okay, my favorite mindfulness sounds, these are kind of obvious, but nonetheless, the waves, the kids playing, and the crunch of sand at the beach.
I like that's a good one.
The sand doesn't really crunch.
Well, it depends.
Does it?
It depends.
You kind of, it doesn't make a sound, does it? I don't think so.
Well, yeah, that's why when it does crunch, it's particularly extraordinary for people. Can we take
the
some calls?
sound of
'Cause we're
ice
destroying
swishing
this.
around in my Dunkin' iced coffee, I enjoy it year round.
By the way,
of
the
course.
sound of ice in a glass is actually when it's
Isn't that
breaking
great?
up against the sides
Isn't
of a
that
nice
great?
glass.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful sound.
I remember when I was a young person working at a place where at 5 o'clock I would hear the guy behind me with the glass, with the ice. He was having a cocktail at 5 o'clock in the office.
He was?
Yeah, you hear the ice.
What office was that?
I'm not going to tell you.
Who was it?
I'm not going to tell you.
Why do you bring it up then?
Because I thought the ice going in the glass, it's just kind of one of those big sounds that people can relate
Okay,
to.
let's talk to some people.
Okay, let's talk to some people. Nicole from Needham. Thank you for calling, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
Hey guys, it's me, Nicole.
Hi, Nicole.
Oh, Nicole.
If you remember me.
Oh my God,
This
it's
is
that
our
Nicole.
Nicole.
Oh, this is
This is
humiliating.
our Nicole. Oh,
Okay.
hi, Nicole.
Okay, Nicole used to work
wanted
here.
to
I don't know
talk
when
about-
she quit, but she left and she's somewhere else at NBC now. Yeah, go ahead, Nicole.
I was going to talk about a sound that I find really relaxing, and
Please.
I don't know if I'm going to really make my point clear, but I'll try my best to replicate it. But
Please.
it's just a sound. It's like it's outdoors, you know.
Nicole. Okay, Nicole, that was not helpful. That was not helpful. Okay. Nicole, it was wonderful talking to you, sort of. Call us again real soon. This
I
is
hope the
Nicole.
new job is going well, Nicole. We miss
we miss you. We really do.
We miss
now,
you.
Matt from Narragansett says, another guy who doesn't get the concept here. I love the sound of a well-placed whoopee cushion. That is not really what we are talking about.
Here's a good one. Mowing the lawn, the smell of the fresh
I would agree.
cut
That's a good one.
grass.
That's a good one.
Really
That's
good
a
one.
fabulous smell.
Yeah. Cash Patel, he loves the sound of opening a can of beer. That's from one of our texters.
That's pretty good, actually.
The dryer balls apparently are all wool and no microplastic.
I didn't know
That's
that.
what a texter says. That's very good. Diane from Nashua said she likes the sound of a vacuum cleaner.
Well, that's not for most people.
Yeah.
Do you know who died, by the way, speaking of vacuum cleaners? Did you see the movie Once, which is one of my favorite movies
Yes.
of all time? Remember,
He died.
Glenn Hansard died in a motorcycle
musician.
crash. And the woman that he falls in love with, who unfortunately is married to someone else, but it's a great movie. Remember how she meets him? She's dragging a vacuum cleaner
to his
through
repair
downtown Dublin.
shop.
No, she didn't know that he was a vacuum repair
That's
in
right.
addition to doing what he did on the street, playing beautiful music. And that's how the relationship happened, over repairing the vacuum
Are
cleaner.
there any vacuum repair places anymore? People just get new ones, I think.
Yeah, but the sound of the door opening and slamming at a vacuum repair place, you ever heard that?
Very sexy.
That is fabulous.
Very
Can we take
sexy.
some calls here?
Okay, I just want, Margot from Hancock says, this is a good one. The sound of my cat purring, especially
pretty
if he's
good.
laying on me while I'm reading. It's very soothing and meditative.
Okay, so we have Anonymous, who obviously wrote this for Marjorie. I love the satisfying sound of a shot put landing. If you don't understand that, then talk to someone who listens to the show every day. This is a disaster. Alexander in Duxbury.
Hi,
Let's see if you
Alexander.
can raise the bar here. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm raising the bar in grandparent fashion. I'm your daily communicant, Duxbury.
Oh,
And,
very good.
Yep. And you take a beautiful blue summer flower called baptisia. It flowers. You then take the stem and form these beautiful green pods. Cut off a whole bunch of them. You make a pile. You get your grandkids to take their shoes off and stomp on those babies. They feel really great, and they make a natural popping sound, and summer's terrific.
That is
Okay,
beautiful,
Alexander,
actually.
I couldn't hear the name of the flower. Say it again.
It's called baptisia. It's a beautiful blue flower.
Baptisia. Okay, stomping
great.
on the stems of baptisia
We
flowers.
finally
That's
had one
very
person
particular.
who knows what we're talking about. Lauren from Marblehead, I have a feeling this is a setup too. Thank you, Alexander, by the way. The sound of a horse galloping.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
No, we didn't get to hear what I thought we'd hear. No, that wasn't what I wanted to hear.
That's
the other
that's
one.
good though. That's good.
It's too loud. I mean, the whole
Well, that's too
point-
frantic. We need a.
It's frantic. You need a
slower.
soft,
Maybe what we need is a
slow-
horse trotting, Jim.
Or trotting.
That
Do you have any
might be
horses
better.
trotting, Jamie? Can you work on that, please? Get back to us.
Oh,
Okay.
here's a good one.
Uh,
My dog moaning happily in her sleep right before she passes gas and clears the room.
That's great.
Okay,
Okay.
Velcro. That's a good one. Velcro is the best, says Donna Hudson.
What kind of person likes the sound of Velcro?
Ripping off the Velcro.
I know, but
It's-
really,
I like
and
it.
that brings meaning to your life.
Well, you talk about
hear
Q-tips
that
all the
sound?
time.
Oh. What was that jackhammers Trump was talking about? Was that what it was? Yeah. Laura thank you. Laura and Braintree, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
We're good, I think. Hello.
Hi.
We're ready.
You're on now. This is it. This is the big time.
Okay.
Sort of.
So I was going to say the sound of garlic as it starts to sizzle in your pan.
You are.
That's a
that
great
is the
one.
best one yet. That is.
That's a great
baby,
one.
Oh baby, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like it like that. No, that was not. That was not me. That was me ages ago. Do you have another one? That was brilliant, Laura.
Yeah, you have to take it out quick, though, because you don't want it to burn.
Yeah. What do you got?
That's true. I have a couple just in terms of like mindfulness in general, which is a number of the senses, doing the dishes.
Yes.
The
The bubbles.
You get to focus on the way it feels, the sound.
Wow.
And then I was thinking like filling the bathtub is a good sound as well.
That is a.
Ooh,
you are
filling the
fabulous, Laura.
bathtub.
That is excellent.
Yeah.
Laura, I have to say, the garlic sizzling in the pan is the best of that is such
You know what's not bad?
an incredibly wonderful sound. Laura, thanks.
Speaking of bathtubs, is the shower. The sound of the shower, the water coming out of the shower. Chris from Rossi says the sound right after my 3 kids fall asleep. Finally, silence. And, anonymous texter says, Jamie's laugh. They like your laugh, Jamie. That's very nice.
Reminds me of a Q-tip. It actually does.
You hear that sound?
Okay. Okay, the show is over. We were rescued by the clock.
Yeah, we were
almost
rescued
every
by
day.
we were rescued by the
No,
clock
but
almost every day.
there were a couple of good ones.
Yep.
That garlic thing, that sizzling. How great is that sound?
Yeah.
You
it
ever
is.
you never
And the
sauteed
smell.
garlic in
And
your life,
I,
right?
I absolutely.
You have really?
Yes, and
What'd
the
you
smell
make?
of it.
What'd you make?
Anything you're going to make with
Garlic.
vegetables.
Oh.
Vegetables. You know, I do a lot of vegetables, Jim.
You do.
Yes, I
Roasted
do.
mostly, though.
Okay. We are done. Thanks for
We
everybody
are
who came
really
down to the
done.
Boston Public Library to see the
Thank
governor
you
to
all. We
see us. We
appreciate it.
appreciate it. Keep up with us 24/7. We have our podcast. Our TikTok page at Boston Public Radio is really great. Tomorrow we're going to speak with political
Excuse me, anonymous texter, my favorite sound, the theme song signifying the end of your show.
That's right.
That's a good
Only
one.
a few more seconds,
That's a
and
good
Edgar
one.
B. Hurd III will be here with the
That's a
Curiosity
really
Desk.
good one.
Tomorrow we're going to speak with political analyst Chuck Todd, Suffolk County DA Kevin Hayden, who's in a race for re-election with the former DA Rachel Rollins.
And Linda Champion. is
And Linda
running, too,
Champion,
yeah.
that's right, thank you. MIT President Sally Kornbluth and Boston Globe.
COO.
Thank
About the
you.
SHIELD law, that's another one we should have brought up with the governor.
The
which
SHIELD law.
we
Okay,
failed
we
to.
forgot about that. We'll talk about that with him. Our crew is Zoe Matthews, Hannah Loss, Ariana Gonzalez. Our additional support is from Jack Siciliano. Our engineer is John LaClaw Parker. Our executive producer is Jenny Bologna. Thanks to the gang here at the Boston Public Library. Maddie Geyer, Patrick Lally, Juan Jose Cadena, our security team, Darius and Derek, our host at the Newsfeed Cafe, and across the street at the Lenox Hotel. Like I said, the Curiosity Desk starts right after us here on 89.7 GBH, and the Culture Show with Jared Bowen starts at 2. They're going to be here at the BPL today. It is their Wednesday watch party.
I
You
like
know what they're
that a
talking
lot.
about?
No.
They're talking about Terminator 2
Oh, that's pretty
Judgment
good.
Day.
That's
That
good.
was a great movie. Okay, that's it, Jim.
That's it, Jim.
I'm Marjorie Egan.
I'm Jim Brother.
Hope you have a nice day. Hope you
Bye.
don't get too wet. And hope you can tune in again tomorrow.
See you.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's, how-tos, and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, dedicated to helping individuals and businesses pursue their financial goals with a full range of banking and wealth management services. Learn more at cambridgetrust.com. And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, we start on a joyful note. Dare I say, a recipe for success. A reporter in our newsroom has been following a trend of culinary training programs designed specifically for people with intellectual disabilities.
It's not only the food, it's making an impact on people.
After that, what would our charming New England landscape be without those lichen-laden, borderline crumbling stone walls? One senior editor at The Atlantic quit his job to become a part-time waller. He joins to divulge the history, the art, and the legacy. After that, one forensic epistemologist says we've gotten the idea wrong when it comes to psychopaths. Totally wrong. Don't worry, he's not making any defense of the Ted Bundys of the world, just how we diagnose them. That's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Just one or two Republican votes stand between Todd Blanche and his hopes for Senate confirmation as the next U.S. Attorney General. Senator John Cornyn of Texas tells reporters time is running out for the Justice Department's currently interim chief to formally modify a settlement President Trump reached to resolve a lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service.
Well, Senator Grassley tells me that we need to know by 4 o'clock this afternoon whether the markup is still on. So we still got a little time, and hopefully they now recognize the seriousness of this. I'm not prepared to vote yes. Let me put it that way.
Cornyn wants Blanche to commit to a promise he made earlier this month to ensure the settlement does not include an anti-weaponization fund. Democrats have described it as a $1.776 billion taxpayer-funded slush fund for Trump's allies. Dr. Anthony Fauci declined to answer any questions before a Senate committee focused on COVID-19. NPR's Jonathan Lambert reports Fauci was subpoenaed to appear by the committee's chairman, Rand Paul of Kentucky.
Dr. Fauci and Senator Paul have long sparred over the coronavirus pandemic. Days before this hearing, Paul released over 1,000 pages of Fauci's private writings, accusing him of covering up the origins of COVID-19. Fauci pointed out that he has responded to similar questions in previous testimony, and Fauci accused the senator of being obsessed with trying to get him behind bars.
Although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions.
Senator Paul and other lawmakers continued asking questions, and Fauci continued declining to answer. Jonathan Lambert, NPR News.
Major market indices are down sharply ahead of the Federal Reserve's key decision on interest rates that will be announced next hour. The Dow has fallen more than 700 points, or roughly 1.5%. NPR's Scott Horsley reports the Fed meeting wrapping up today is the second being led by the new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh.
President Trump made it clear when he nominated Kevin Warsh that he wanted the Fed to lower interest rates, but that looks unlikely for the time being. Inflation is still well above the Fed's target, thanks in part to a wartime spike in gasoline prices. Forecasters think it's likely the central bank will hold its benchmark interest rate steady today, and there's a possibility it could even push rates higher. Warsh told lawmakers earlier this month he and his colleagues have no tolerance for elevated inflation. The Fed's also keeping a close eye on the job market, but with unemployment running just over 4%, regaining control over prices is the central bank's top priority for now. Scott Horsley, NPR News, Washington.
The Dow's down 1.4%. The Nasdaq is down more than 200 points, or nearly 1%. This is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The ACLU of Massachusetts is suing the Department of Defense for information on the use of active duty military personnel as immigration judges. The Massachusetts ACLU's managing attorney, Dan McFadden, says the Trump administration has not been open about their usage.
We filed this lawsuit because it appears that the Trump administration has assigned active duty military personnel to decide the rights of civilians arrested inside the United States. That includes deciding whether people should be free or in jail, and includes deciding whether or not people should be expelled from our country.
The Department of Defense says it doesn't comment on pending litigation. In Massachusetts, there are at least 2 current active duty military personnel serving as temporary judges on immigration courts in Boston and in Chelmsford. In the past year, at least 100 permanent immigration judges have been fired by the Trump administration, with many saying that they were terminated over previous advocacy for immigrants. And we could soon see traffic speed cameras on Massachusetts city roads and highways. That's if an economic development bill passes muster at the State House. An amendment to allow the cameras is included in the bill. The story can be found in the Boston Globe. The several measures to allow the cameras have been proposed on Beacon Hill in the last decade, but none have gained any traction. In its current form, the measure would let cities and towns choose camera locations. MassDOT would place the technology on highways. Governor Maura Healey has said in the past that she supports this idea of speed cameras. 72 degrees, this is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include United States Postal Service, dedicated to putting reliability at the core of USPS Ground Advantage to help businesses operate smoothly. More at USPS.com/groundadvantage.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, the IDD community, finding your footing in the professional world can be a daunting task. There are a lot of closed doors and challenges and perceptions around what people with IDD can offer. But there is one noticeable bright spot: the food and hospitality industry, at least locally. Coffee shops, cafes, pasterias, all staffed by people with intellectual disabilities. And nonprofits like Concord's Guild for Human Services that train them to work in the field. That is the focus of a recent piece from our colleague here in the newsroom and friend of the Curiosity Desk, Meghan Smith. Meghan is a senior digital reporter on the Equity and Justice team for GBH News. Meghan, hi, welcome back to the Curiosity Desk.
Hello, great to be back.
Well, I was really struck by how much joy there is in this story. I mean, it's very, very joyful and uplifting. Take us into the scene at Larch, Boston North in Framingham. This is one of the places that you kind of profile as part of your reporting here. What are they all about, and what's it like there?
Yeah, so this is Larch, Boston North in Haverhill. It was super fun. I visited a culinary training program that operates in the basement of a church in Haverhill. And they meet there for about 3-4 hours, and they make a meal every day. This day, they were making bacon grilled cheese, farro salad with fresh apples, and homemade potato chips. And yes, nice. I did have the meal. And it was wonderful.
How was it? Delicious?
Delicious. High end. You know, it was high end. Homemade salad dressing, the whole bit. And it was so much fun. I mean, there were about a dozen people there. They were learning all the different skills. They were chopping apples. They were blending. They were slicing potatoes. They were, washing, cleaning. And the best part was that it was just so much fun. There was music blasting the whole time. I have some clips in my original story from they were doing the cha-cha slide, singing along to the Black
you noted
Eyed.
there were a number of dance breaks.
Yes,
in the time
many,
that you
many.
were there. Are you a dancer yourself?
I do like Zumba, I will confess, but I
Well, now you say you tried the food. Did you dance with them?
my hands were busy. I was full. As a reporter, I'm holding a phone, a microphone, but I was happy to observe. And cha-cha slide, Black Eyed Peas. It was a super fun environment, and they were just having a great time, which was nice. I'm not the biggest cook myself. I find it kind of stressful at times, but this was like, okay, this is fun. They were having a good time.
So what's the overarching story you're telling here? I mean, what is the larger trend that you're looking at and documenting?
Yeah, I would say the larger trend is just a growing number of organizations across Massachusetts that have programs like this, whether it's a cafe, a coffee shop, a restaurant, sometimes public-facing cafes, and sometimes, programs like the one I visited, where they're basically seeing a positive solution that's kind of a win-win for everyone in terms of giving these adults, who are usually they're 22 and older, giving them really concrete working skills to work in the kitchen or a cafe if they want to, running a cash register, making coffee, chopping, all the important skills that they need to work in a kitchen. But other skills, like more life skills, like following directions, interacting with the public, learning how to work on a team, skills that can be applied to many other types of jobs, because there are a lot of challenges, like you said, and obstacles to working. There's, stigma, discrimination to finding jobs for people with these type of disabilities. And what I discovered in this reporting that I didn't necessarily expect was that a lot of times it's win-win for employers as well. The people I talked to said, there is this, they call it an untapped pool of talent of people that really want to work, are teachable, can learn skills, they're reliable. They just need a little maybe extra help to get there and get in the door, and maybe some accommodations once they're there, but they are great employees. And another cool thing was that some of the places I visited were part of like the revitalization of a town. So Haverhill, this program is going to be opening an actual cafe about a year from now in downtown Haverhill, where the public can come and get coffee. I also visited a cafe in Peabody, where it was called Breaking Grounds. It was right in the downtown main street of Peabody. That was, kind of a win-win for the downtown and the cafe. So I like to see these stories that are kind of like win-win from many directions.
You listen to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with GBH's Meghan Smith about the trend of culinary training programs for people with intellectual disabilities. I want to play some sound from your piece. This is Scott Sanderson, who directs the culinary program at L'Arche Boston North in Haverhill, where you were. Let's hear a little from Scott.
To see the joy on their faces that they've said that, Scott, I made this, that just brings true joy to me as well.
You mentioned the sort of win-win scenario here. How typical is Scott of the people who are sort of organizing these programs? I mean, who are the people who are organizing them? Are they people who work with this community? Are they at nonprofits? Are they just regular restaurateurs? Like, who's directing these kinds of programs?
So a bit of the above, a bit of all the above. L'Arche Boston North is an organization that supports people with disabilities in all ways. They have group homes, residential programs, day programs. This guy, Scott, was a longtime restaurant culinary guy. I think he'd work in all types of different kitchens. And he told me about an experience where he happened to be working at a summer camp for kids with disabilities. And then he realized that he could combine those two things and work at a program like this. So in some of these programs, too, the people with disabilities are working alongside people without disabilities, other workers. So it's a bit of all of the above, but it does seem to be more of a growing trend among disability organizations to kind of find a way to integrate it into their programs. Like we talked about this place, the Guild for Human Services in Concord. That's another, place they have programs, a school. They actually have a cafe in their facility that they kind of consider the cafe. The cafe is a classroom, actually. They consider it like just as important as any of the other classrooms, where students can come, work there, learn, and then they get the staff get good coffee too, so another win-win.
Here's a little, you mentioned the Guild for Human Services. Here's sound from an interview with Joshua B. at the Guild for Human Services, who has an intellectual disability. This is an interview from last year. I mean, this is a trend you've been following for some time. Here he is describing his work and how it's helping him get into the hospitality field.
We make drinks for the customers that come in. We have all sorts of drinks like ice mochas, hot coffee, iced coffee, cold chocolates, hot chocolate. So we do have quite a variety of different stuff to choose from. I'll be working at Dunkin's. I'll be going full time, which helps a lot with this this coffee shop because it'll bring my experience to there, and it's going to really help. Kind of looking forward to the success they'll do after the Guild. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
He was great. He was running around all morning. I watched him make coffee left and right, and he was loving it. I could just tell he loved it. So yeah.
And is that pretty typical of what you heard when you're talking with the people who, people with disabilities who are working, at these places?
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, some of the people go through these programs and realize, hey, I really do like working in a cafe, interacting with people. But I talked to some people too that realized, hey, maybe kitchen work isn't, right for me, but they still enjoy working with people. So they might go off and find a different job in another field. But in a lot of ways, these programs are just a kind of good starting, kind of bouncing off point for them.
Yeah. I mean, no program, no matter how much we want it to work, is without its challenges. I mean, you talked about broken grounds. During your reporting for this latest story, this place closed. After 10 years in business. So what were your conversations like with them after it closed? I mean, is it just a situation where it financially wasn't working out anymore, and how common is that?
Yeah. No, this was interesting, a little sad, but there's kind of more to the story. I had visited them back earlier this year, I think in February. When I was getting ready to publish this story, I found out that they're scheduled to close at the end of this month. Their last day is actually this Friday. So this is breaking grounds in Peabody. And I talked to the director of the program this week, and she said, well, it is sad, and, part of the problem was just how hard it is to run a small business for anyone these days, rising costs, food. As anyone in the, culinary world knows, like the margins on these places are tough. But she said that she viewed, 10 years of operating a small business is a success.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a good way to frame it, I think.
And they were saying, when they moved into downtown Peabody, there were so many empty storefronts. Now there's not, it's much more vibrant downtown, so that's part of it. And she said that in their view, they really proved the model that this can work. She said there's been at least 30 people that have gone on to get jobs after this program. And she even heard from people that came to the cafe, maybe stumbled into it and said, hey, this is great. I'm going to take this back to my community and try this in their own community. So I think while it's sad that it's closing, I think they viewed it as a success. And they're going to keep doing, vocational training where they can, but I think they viewed it as a success.
Listen to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking with GBH's Meghan Smith. Before I let you go, I do want to quickly talk with you about another story that you've been on recently and been following. This is a pending bill in the Massachusetts State House that would require companies to finish repairs on wheelchairs in 10 business days. Now, my understanding, this is modeled on something that was passed earlier or last year, maybe in Connecticut.
Yes.
And it's a big issue for people in the physical disability community. Where do things stand with that bill right now?
Yeah. Big issue. I've been hearing for years about people who wait months, even a year, to get a part on their wheelchair fixed. There is a bill pending. As we know, the end of the legislative session is actually this Friday, midnight on July 31st. If it passes, it would pass then. I'm still waiting to hear on what's happening with that, but it is still pending.
And why is it such a big issue for so many folks?
Yeah, a lot of people I talked to said it's the influence of private equity in this industry. Private equity-backed companies have kind of bought up a lot of the smaller mom-and-pop shops over the last 10 to 15 years.
Previously have repaired wheelchairs.
Yeah, there used to be a lot more options. So much so that there's basically only 2 companies in the market that do this anymore, and there's just not a lot of competition, and a lot of people feel like they're not prioritizing the smaller, simpler repairs that are not as profitable maybe for these companies. So that has led to people just waiting a very, very long time to get their joystick fixed, just something, a tire on their wheelchair. Sometimes they fix it themselves, or they go to a bike shop even to get it repaired.
Wow, yeah.
So it's a really, really big problem that they're trying to fix with legislation. There's also some federal legislation. Our representative, Ayanna Pressley, introduced a bill to the U.S. House last month. So it's a big issue that it's getting noticed now, but it really is it's like a quality of life issue for a lot of people.
Big issue that we know you will be following and keep us updated on. We've been speaking with GBH's Meghan Smith, senior digital producer on the Equity and Justice team for GBH News. You can check out all of her reporting online at gbhnews.org. Meghan, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
When we return, it's usually a bad thing to interview a guest who stonewalls, but in this case, we're talking about actual stonewalling, like carefully constructing piles of rocks to line fields and forests here in New England. We meet one former senior editor at The Atlantic who left his magazine life behind to become a waller. This is the Curiosity Desk. Don't go anywhere.
35 years ago, a summer blockbuster gave us a nightmare in liquid metal, a machine that could become anyone and survive almost anything. But standing in its way, Sarah Connor, her son John, and a robot bodyguard with a killer one-liner.
Hasta la vista, baby.
I'm Jared Bowen. For our next watch party, we're revisiting Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Watch with us and call in to tell us how this blockbuster resonates now. That's on The Culture Show today at 2 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And South Coast Artists, presenting its 23rd Annual Open Studio Tour, August 15th and 16th in Tiverton and Little Compton, Rhode Island, and Dartmouth and Westport, Massachusetts. Tour brochure downloads available at southcoastartists.org.
And New England Recovery Center, providing inpatient addiction treatment in state-of-the-art facilities located in Westboro, Mass. Learn more at newenglandrecoverycenter.org or by calling 1-877-MY-REHAB.
This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, a couple of weeks ago here on the show, we were talking about the fall of the white picket fence and the rise of those cheap, easy-to-maintain vinyl yard barriers. Now, there is certainly a case to be made for privacy, but also for the kinds of quaint fences over which you can chat with your neighbors while watering your peonies. Now, regardless of how you might feel about it, there is a long American tradition of demarcating our territory. And here in New England, barriers made with piles of stone are as much a part of that story as the white picket fence. If you've ever wandered through the woods, come across the ruins of one of those stone walls of the past, you know this firsthand. Well, our next guest, Matt Seaton, spent years as full-time senior editor at The Atlantic, but he left that world behind to become a waller, which is to say, building and mending stone walls. In a new piece for that publication, Seaton considers the stone wall and its history, as well as the arbitrary boundaries we tend to draw in our own lives. Matt Seaton, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you very much for having me, Edgar.
Well, Matt, you say in your piece, I'll sort of say it in your words because you say it better than I could. You say, in what probably struck friends and family as an act of lunacy, I quit my day job as editor at this magazine and became a part-time waller. So tell us more about the journey from, I have a notion or walls are pretty to I'm doing this.
Well, it's kind of partly a time of life thing as well. Like I hit 60 last year, and you kind of just begin to think is this it career wise, and what you want to spend the next years that you have when hopefully you still are reasonably healthy and fit and active.
Matt, I gotta say though, I think it usually for somebody whose full-time job up until they were 60 is physical labor, then they usually go into something more like editing, a magazine, as opposed you're doing it the opposite way. You're like, now that I'm 60, I'm gonna take a job that is physical labor.
But that is completely fair. I guess, part of what I was writing about in the piece was to sort of break down that barrier, which, maybe for a self-serving reason that I wanted to kind of keep some continuity in my head about who I was and what I was doing. But yeah, I've been sort of living more in Vermont, really, especially since the pandemic year. And we have some walls on our property. And I got into sort of fixing those and just kind of found that I really enjoyed it more and more, and I got more proficient at it, and then yeah, kind of a couple of years ago, actually through our UPS delivery guy, he told me that like a neighbor like 15 minutes away who had a big property, had lots of walls which needed a lot of fixing up, and put us in touch. So yeah, my friend Jesse, the UPS delivery guy, was the sort of person who kind of started my sort of hobby job before it became a bit more of a job.
So when you say you got more proficient at it, like, I sort of, was it literally like you were like, I'm on this property, we have this stone wall. When you say you're going to fix it, you go out and just like pick up a stone and just say, there's a spot here, I'm just going to drop a stone here. Like, how did you start, and what is it to get more proficient at working on these kinds of walls?
I think my wife pointed me towards like a little pamphlet that just had a few basics, like, the fact that it can be quite a good idea to dig a trench under the wall, especially in a kind of damp area, because, the frost heave is a big factor. It kind of, if the ground freezes and you get that swell, that can kind of tumble a wall down pretty quickly. So it was things like that, but I also should give credit to an outfit called the Stone Trust, a non-profit based in Dummerston, just outside of Brattleboro, Vermont, and they put on, kind of different levels of certification, and so I went for just a one-day kind of class there, which was totally fun and in a beautiful place. So that kind of gave me a better understanding of how to go about it, and kind of put up a wall that, would A, stay up, and B, look nice.
The two factors. It has to stay up and it has to look nice.
Yeah, because those things are actually in tension in a way, because you can, to make a wall look nice, you want a sort of, an illusion of flatness. And I think it is almost an illusion. It's never perfect, especially if you're working with, just real field stone, not kind of quarried or cut stone. I mean, that is a whole thing as well. But, the walls that you find in the woods, or, marking a property in Vermont or New Hampshire or Maine or wherever, they're going to be kind of rough stone, mostly that was picked out of the fields by, some hardworking farmer back in the day.
Yeah. In the piece, you compare the building of a stone wall to writing, which, as somebody who's done a bit of writing in my time, that immediately rang true to me. I could totally understand how you connected the two, but, is your work as a writer, has that impacted the fact that you are interested in building walls? Has building these walls changed your writing?
Oh, that's interesting. Whether it feeds back the other way. Well, I mean, it certainly was a kind of pleasure and a luxury privilege to get to write about the thing that I'm doing, which is not writing or not editing. So maybe I was kind of hunting for a way to unify them and make sense of them, kind of bring some coherence to this otherwise quite sort of dissonant or discontinuous part of my life, the kind of, the outdoor sort of manual thing and the indoor kind of desk-bound thing. But I mean, I do think it works as a metaphor, and thank you for. I'm glad it sort of rang true to you as well, because it is about sort of seeing how things fit together, and I don't think that's just fanciful. I think it is. You have to have a feeling. When you're an editor or a writer, as you would know, then you have to have a sort of bit of a feeling for the kind of almost the material aspect of words, and. I quoted Robert Frost, the poet, in my piece, and his famous poem "Mending Wall" does kind of instantiate that. He chooses his words so beautifully, and then you can't help thinking about the way these things are fit together. So it's a sort of, I mean, obviously, putting a stone wall together is a three-dimensional space thing, whereas words on a page is more conceptual. But yeah, there definitely is I think there's justice in the analogy.
You know, you also, I mean, to sort of take the analogy further, although it is interesting to hear you talking about the fact that you're trying to take two, what you say are somewhat incongruous things in your life and make them work together. That is sort of like taking two field stones and putting them together, you know, to create a wall, to take the metaphor like even further. But, you know, you also talk about this notion of our separation between manual and intellectual labor, that sort of we as a society have somehow kind of put those into two different camps, but maybe we ought not to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess this is now, you know, like how we collect, you know, labor bureau statistics and all of that. You know, we have this kind of strong idea of a cultural divide between white collar work and blue collar work and so on. And I guess, you know, living more in the country, I mean, I lived in New York City for many years, and in London before that. But living in the country, you know, these past few years has really given me an appreciation of, you know, how you're surrounded by people who work with things and make things and repair things and build things. You know, just talking about kind of whether it's construction or you know, kind of landscaping or any of those kinds of things. And you realize there's such a lot of, you know, knowledge to it. It's not, you know, to call it a manual trade is I don't think it intends to demean it, but, you know, I mean, if you're a master electrician, you've spent years, you know, kind of accumulating that knowledge and expertise and not killing yourself by electrocuting yourself. And you know, there's so much knowledge and kind of intellectual skill goes into that. So, I mean, I think that's part of what I've come to appreciate.
You listen to the Curiosity Desk. We're talking about stone walls here in New England with former Atlantic editor turned part-time waller Matt Seaton. Well, you know, what we can think of these walls today, I think when you see them, right, it is immediately evocative of some past time. They're, you know, they are by their very nature somewhat nostalgic. You know, so here you are working on these things that are somewhat anachronistic. What have you learned about the history of these walls, what they were originally for, why they were constructed, and why does that, or does it, help drive you in continuing to put new ones up and or repair old ones?
Yeah, this is really an aspect I've sort of come to dive into more and more. I mean, I suppose, you know, when you first come across these walls, you know, you're walking through the woods sometimes and almost literally stumble into them, and you think, wow, you know, this is so ancient. And it is, you know, a wall, even if it's somewhat falling down, it has this air of kind of permanency, you know, that has endured for generations and so forth. And actually, the more I've learned about it, the more you realize that they're not as ancient as the pyramids, you know. Yeah. And in fact, you know, a lot of them really date from, you know, kind of the late 18th century and early 19th century. That was the sort of the great period of wall building,
the golden era of stone walls.
yeah, and so, you know, they've, in a certain sense, they're not as old as, you know, they kind of almost sort of pass themselves off to be, or that nostalgic view would make you think, you know, and you know, they were built by real people who needed to build them for real reasons, like for you know, for being for creating boundaries and for you know, for to mark out fields, and also then to build livestock fences as well. So it was all about kind of enclosing the land, and this is also true actually of the stone walls in England. You know,
I was going to ask you about that. You mentioned that you lived in London, but you detect the accent, and when I think about stone walls, immediately what I picture is the countryside of Ireland, the countryside of England, the countryside of Scotland, and I wonder if that plays into what is attracting you to this, because there's got to be some personal connection for you with that.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's funny. I mean, I'm from southern England, you know, which is not an area with stone walls. So in a sense, that kind of landscape of northern England is relatively unfamiliar to me. But I did visit the Lake District just sort of on vacation last year, visiting family, and then you're just sort of, wherever I go now, like I just sort of, my eye is drawn to the stone walls. But I think there's, I don't know, somebody quoted at me like something getting up towards 500,000 miles of stone walls in Great Britain, and I'm not sure if that counts Ireland. I should be careful about that. I think we're just talking about England and Scotland there, and they built in a sort of different way. There's a particular tradition there, and in fact that tradition is taught as the way to do it. But it's the way the walls were built by farmers, mostly farmers. I mean, sometimes other laborers in New England and or the American Northeast. It has a different style, partly because the stones were different. A lot of the stone in the American Northeast was deposited by glaciers, whereas the stone that you're getting in the north of England and the way the walls are built, it's kind of more regular, probably more quarried. I mean, some of it may be found and picked out of fields, but but the interesting thing is it did all happen at roughly the same time, but for somewhat different social and sort of historical and political reasons. In England, the land was being privatized in that period of sort of 1750 to 1850. And what had been common land was increasingly being divided up. As you've heard of the clearances in Highland Scotland, right? This was part of that process, and of course a lot of immigrants came to America from that process. But people were basically, in some cases, almost literally driven off the land because big landowners wanted it for sheep farms and deer parks, and that kind of subsistence peasant farming that had basically been there since feudal times was increasingly being pushed out by this kind of agrarian revolution. And similar things were happening in the American Northeast, but actually there wasn't that system of big land ownership. There was no aristocracy, of course, in America. So it was all, like yeoman farmers, and with their sort of relatively small farms in this hilly country, and they were dividing up they were pulling these stones out of the ground. There's always a joke that they're New England potatoes, like this. they're the most reliable crop.
Yeah.
for those hard scrabble farmers.
No blight on those potatoes. You're listening to The Curiosity Desk. We're talking about stone walls of New England with former Atlantic editor Matt Seaton. Matt, what's the work like? Is it tiring? Is it frustrating? Is it hard? Is it meditative? What's it like when you're actually out there doing it?
Well, I'm part-time at it, partly because, it is physical. It's in the summer, it's pretty sweaty. In the winter, you can't do it when the snow is on the ground. So it's a seasonal job. It's physical. I mean, you have to pace yourself. I mean, I don't have the body to do it, 7 or 8 hours a day really now. So I just do half days at it because that's honestly enough. I mean, there are days when it is frustrating because I think there are days when you see the shapes better and everything seems to go together like almost without you having to kind of think about it.
Like being a writer. I mean, writing has that same thing, don't you think? Where it's just some days it's flowing and it's working, and other days you're like, I can't figure out how to say this.
Absolutely. I think that's so true. Yeah. So there are definitely those frustrating days when you just think nothing comes to hand quite right. And sometimes, if I'm smart enough and I kind of don't just sort of, lose my temper with it, I think, okay, I'm not going to try and build today. I'm just going to prepare foundation and do the kind of grunt work of shoveling dirt and just pushing around big rocks with a pry bar or something because, you're just not seeing it right. And then other days it just kind of goes like a dream, and all of a sudden what just looked like a pile of rocks is, up there in a nice shape. So, yeah.
In the end, is the essay a plea for everyone to build a stone wall, give it a shot, or what are you really hoping people take from this?
Yeah, that's a lovely question. Well, I don't want too much competition in the walling business.
Especially, so if you're in Vermont, stay out, but elsewhere, maybe give it a shot.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I think there's enough falling down stone wall to go around. So I'm not serious. I think anybody who wants to get into it should absolutely, if they have access to it, please, have at it. But I think if there's a larger plea, it's like to allow yourself to. I mean, most people I think have a hobby or a pastime or a kind of passion outside of. Perhaps outside of their office job, if they work in an office, or they're just and it's to, think about how you could try and integrate those two things. Obviously, that's not realistic for everybody, and it's kind of a luxury. But if you can, if you have the capacity and opportunity to kind of integrate your life in some way, I think it's just a very healthy, meaningful thing.
All right, we've been speaking with Matt Seaton, former editor at The Atlantic turned part-time stonewaller. You can check out his piece, The True History of New England's Stone Walls. Now, Matt, thanks so much for being with us on the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you, Edgar. It's been a pleasure.
When we return, one forensic epistemologist is part of a growing movement in the psychology space that challenges our notion of psychopathy. What does it mean if for decades we've been thinking about this diagnosis totally wrong? Don't worry, nobody's trying to free Hannibal Lecter. Also, of course, a reminder, Hannibal Lecter is a totally fictional creation. This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH. Don't go anywhere.
After 2 years in the political wilderness, Democrats are feeling cautiously optimistic about turning the tide in the midterms.
We have to at least try. And what frustrates me is I see too many electeds that are afraid to try because they're more worried about getting reelected.
I'm Sasha Pfeiffer. We take you to Michigan, where Democrats are weighing 2 candidates for a critical Senate seat. That story on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Brookmeadow at Cobb Center, an assisted living community offering wellness care and support services, including an on-site fitness specialist to help seniors stay physically active. More at brookmeadowslr.com. And Gloucester Stage, presenting Betrayal by Harold Pinter. When two lovers meet for the last time, their affair unfolds backwards into a near-decade-long illicit love triangle. Now through August 1st. Tickets available at gloucesterstage.com.
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, getting things wrong and recognizing when we do is an integral part of the scientific process. It's also part of the radio show process, by the way. Now, just imagine where we'd be if we still thought the Earth sat at the center of the universe and not, as it is now commonly understood, Donald Trump. Just joking. Within the soft science of psychology, there's a similar argument being made in some circles that might seem a little out of sorts at first blush. It's the argument that for decades, our understanding of psychopathy, that there are people out there who don't have empathy, experience at best shallow emotions, and thus are more inclined to go on horrific killing sprees, that might be totally misguided. We're joined via Zoom now by Rasmus Larsen, a forensic epistemologist at the University of Toronto, somebody who's done a lot of thinking into why we ought to reconsider how we think about these strange, unnerving case studies. He's the author of the book Psychopathy Unmasked: The Rise and Fall of a Dangerous Diagnosis. Rasmus, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you, Edgar. Pleasure to be here.
So this is a provocative thought, and I which I love. But I'd love to talk a little bit. What is the specific idea that you're disputing? Is it the notion that there is such a thing as a psychopath? Is that what you're disputing, or is it a little more subtle than that?
Well, yes, I'm disputing that, but it is a little bit more subtle, perhaps. So, as a scientist and as a person involved in mental health research, of course, I'm talking about a specific diagnosis or some psychologists call it a clinical construct that we refer to as psychopathy or psychopathic personality disorder. That's a little bit more formal name. And I am disputing, including many other people like myself, disputing whether this diagnosis even exists, whether it's real, whether it's picking up something real in reality, if you will. And fundamentally, maybe we have completely misunderstood this phenomenon that we're investigating.
How did you get onto this? Like, was there like a single point when you're researching other things where you go like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, maybe we're completely wrong about this? Like, how do you find yourself down that road?
Yeah, so I mean, to answer that question, I think we have to like back up maybe a little bit and just be clear about what we're talking about, right? So we, of course, many people at least have an idea of what psychopathy is. So when we say refer to a person as a psychopath, we have all sorts of connotations in that word, right? So just to back down a little bit and be specific about what we're talking about. So forensic psychologists and psychiatrists, they would usually refer to a person that has, so when they use the term psychopath or psychopathy, they would refer to a person that is commonly believed to have no emotions, or at least very, very shallow emotions.
Right.
They have no clear impulse control, but also more complex psychological states, such as having a moral compass, such as having moral values. They simply just do not know what that is.
Yeah.
Right? So you can imagine a person who is like profoundly different compared to the rest of us, so to speak, right? But another mysterious element to this is that they look completely normal. You would never, according to the narrative, you would never know there's anything wrong with them. It's just that behind the surface, they are profoundly disturbed, right? So they have no empathy, no emotions, and so on. So this is the notion that I'm challenging. And you're asking about if there was like a moment when I started realizing there was something wrong. And I don't know if I have to be honest, there was like an exact moment, but there was a time maybe 10, 15 years ago where I started thinking, is this even biologically possible? Is it even possible for a human being, the human species, not to have any emotions? It seems like, if anything that defines human beings is the fact that we have all sorts of emotions all the time, right? So that was when I started thinking maybe these theories, these explanations were a little bit far-fetched, perhaps.
You're listening to The Curiosity Desk. We're talking with forensic epistemologist Rasmus Larsen about whether we ought to revisit the idea of psychopaths in society. So in the framework that you think of it, how do we explain or contextualize some of those classic individual cases that people point to, the supposed psychopaths, the Ted Bundys or the John Wayne Gacy's of the world?
Right. So there are, of course, individuals. It would be completely madness to deny that there are individuals in this world that do really bad things. And you mentioned, for example, Ted Bundy, a infamous serial killer from the who operated, if we can use that word, in the 1960s and 1970s, right? Killed many people. And his case was, by the way, for the listeners, also the first case to be nationally televised, the court case itself. So this was in 1978, I believe. It might have overlapped with 1979 as well. But here we saw this phenomenon that psychiatrists and psychologists have in mind when they say psychopathy. We had this individual who looked completely normal, charming maybe even, and friendly and so on, but had literally slaughtered all these individuals, including children, by the way. So we might ask ourselves, what's going on here, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not, as a scientist, denying that individuals like Ted Bundy exist. That would be completely to go against the facts, right? What I'm saying is that we have misunderstood this phenomenon itself, right? So this happens all the time in science. We see some facts and we want to explain and more deeper sense understand this phenomenon in front of us, such as, for example, Ted Bundy. And here, my claim is that we are just misunderstanding that, right? So if you actually look a little bit closer at a person like Ted Bundy, what you will quickly find is that it's certainly not the case that he had no emotions. He was extremely aggressive, violently aggressive, that is, right? And very, very prone to aggressive outbursts, even in court. So even, on the most basic premise, it kind of falls apart. But even if you dig a little bit deeper into his case, he also seemed to have caring relationships to other people, which we have no reason to deny those were real, right? And he actually also had, it seems like, problems with comprehending reality. So he had like what you call in psychiatry psychosis, probably psychotic symptoms, which is delusions and maybe even hallucinations, right? So there was all sorts of other more complex things going on with a person like Ted Bundy. So this is often part of it when we misunderstand things, is that there are other alternative explanations for the phenomenon in front of us.
Yeah, and I mean, one of your arguments seems to be, and you've spent a lot of time kind of going back into the research that is, the sort of the historic research that's out there that has kind of built this profile, for lack of a better way of saying it, of like what a quote unquote psychopath is, and looked at it and said, hey, some of this is pretty darn thin.
Yeah, so there's something interesting here, Edgar. So if you look at the time before the 1990s, it was actually a mainstream position among psychiatrists and psychologists that this idea of psychopathy was not really a real thing. There was a lot of skepticism about it. But then in the 1980s and 1990s, we started to take it much more seriously. We can get into why that occurred, why there was the switch in research incentives. But what happened in those years is that we developed, or some researchers developed, a tool to assess, as we say in clinical settings, or in more normal language, you would just say select or identify individuals with this disorder, is a tool called the psychopathy checklist. And a lot of research kind of blossomed around that tool. So you see in the 1990s and 2000s, and peaking somewhere around 2013, 15, you see an enormous research output. So there's actually out there more than 2,000 articles that has investigated this phenomenon with this tool that was developed, this gold standard to identifying psychopathic persons. And what I do in my book, as you mentioned in the introduction, is simply just to systematically go over all that evidence. And once you start looking at the evidence, you start to realize that there's a common denominator, and that's that most of these empirical findings are just what we call in the science the null findings. So to put it briefly, when you compare those individuals who had been diagnosed as psychopaths to control groups, there are just no differences in all these psychiatric and psychological tests that you can do.
So what is it about psychopathy, do you think, that sort of, if you look at this and say, well, it's pretty clear to me that there's a bunch of null findings, that the supposed gold standard is not a gold standard at all, and you look at the sort of wealth of data and say this is clearly wrong, why is it that this notion of psychopathy like continues to kind of hold as much water as it does?
Yeah, so there are many. So this is where, the science kind of stops, and we have to start, speculating, right? Like what is actually driving this, right? And, some of my colleagues say that, listen, we have just, it's the tools we use to select individuals for psychopathy, or in other words, the tools we use to diagnose individuals with psychopathy that are flawed. So what ends up happening is that we're selecting the wrong people for our scientific studies, and therefore you're also not going to find anything, right? So they're working on this alternative explanation that we need to refine and redevelop our assessment tools. I think a much more compelling, or at least perhaps more likely explanation is that this field is just driven by these really, really hardcore biases that we just cannot get over the fact that this was wrong, so we keep studying it. So I've referred to this as a zombie idea.
Yeah, zombie idea.
This is a common term in the sciences where we have an idea that is dead, so this is the zombie, right? But it keeps walking around in the sciences, right? So scientists keep studying it for whatever reason. Sometimes it's because of conflict of interest, sometimes it's because of biases, sometimes it's just because it's so such a sexy, appealing idea that you want to just keep studying it, right? But the idea is dead, if you will, right? So it kind of walks around in the science. I've speculated maybe psychopathy is one of those ideas.
Is another thing, I mean, like how much harder is it to, we refer to psychology as like a soft science versus a hard science. So like, it's one thing to get into a lab and look at how two chemicals react with each other when you're doing, say, drug research or cancer research. But that seems like that kind of research would be very different than trying to study a person's mental state, which is, you can't do it quite as quantitatively and even qualitatively. Like you have to rely to a certain extent on self-reporting, which is already tricky to do. I mean, is some of this just the nature of the science that you're talking about, the field that you're in?
Yeah, that is tempting to think about it in those terms and say, listen, we're doing behavioral science here, and behavioral science is so difficult. So, you have to expect that it takes a long time to kind of corroborate an idea. I have to remind listeners, though, that when we say psychopathy, when we're talking about psychopathy, we're talking not about, a needle in the haystack kind of thing, something that we're talking about really powerful claims, like, for example, no emotions. Well, maybe we don't have perfect measurements of emotions, but we do have some pretty decent biomarkers and so on, right? And we can go and do these studies. We have neuroimaging studies and so on. So we can test many of the claims that are associated with psychopathy, and they have just turned out to be a nothing burger, right? But yeah, I do not want to like undermine how difficult it is to do the softer sciences such as behavioral science. But I also want to remind everyone that zombie ideas is not just a problem in the behavioral science. This is also something we see in the harder sciences. So there are a couple of, or maybe a handful of good examples where even the hard sciences tend to get this wrong. But yeah, I'm not sure that we can explain the lack of results from psychopathy research by just saying this is just too hard
to study. Yeah, I hear you. You're listening to The Curiosity Desk. We're talking with forensic epistemologist Rasmus Larsen about the idea of revisiting whether there are such thing as psychopaths. Well, take us out of the research center, take us out of the pages of your book. I mean, what are some of the real world implications? I mean, if what you say is true, if we sort of do turn a corner and let the zombie, die and say, okay, we were wrong, there is no such thing as a psychopath. What are the real world implications of that?
Yeah, so far we have just talked about the research, right? And researchers should have freedom to explore and investigate whatever they want, right? This is academic freedom, as we sometimes call it. And if people want to keep studying psychopathy, please go ahead. This is your own free choice, right? But something that I've focused on perhaps most in my own work is the implications of this diagnosis, right? So not many people are aware of this, but in our legal system in the United States and in Canada and more broadly in North America, and actually in many other countries around the world, the psychopathy diagnosis is actually being used quite systematically to inform legal decisions. So if a person has been, is being prosecuted for a certain crime, and found guilty, for example, something like deciding whether this should be a community sentence or whether it should be incarceration, a judge will have to make a decision here. And often we see that when we study the court records, what we see is that once a person has been branded or labeled with this psychopathy diagnosis, we see that judges are often going to be considering this as an aggravating sort of information. So we see this funnel into such a sentencing. We even see it in death sentencing cases. We see it in parole decisions, parole supervision decisions, placement decisions, and so on and so forth. So it's quite a heavy burden to carry along as a justice-involved individual if you have this diagnosis.
Indeed. Yeah. We've been speaking with Rasmus Larsen, a forensic epistemologist at the University of Toronto. His book is Psychopathy Unmasked: The Rise and Fall of a Dangerous Diagnosis. Rasmus, thank you so much for being with us here on the Curiosity Desk.
Thanks for having me.
And now I'm turning my attention down to the Boston Public Library, where Jared Bowen of The Culture Show is standing by. Well, Jared, we were just talking about psychopaths with Rasmus Larsen. Of course, one of the ways we as people think of psychopaths is on the silver screen. And you've got a movie watch party going on today, isn't that right?
I was wondering where you're going with the psychopath. Am I a psychopath? No. Is that what we were
Well, no, the
veering for
good
a
news,
second?
Jared, is apparently Rasmus says there is no psychopath, so nobody's a psychopath.
Well, okay, we can debate that on another show. I'm not one, just to clarify for that.
We know.
Yeah, so we are going to the silver screen where you could find maybe a robotic psychopath.
There you
because
go.
today is our Wednesday watch party, and Callie Crossley, Joyce Kulhawik, and I are all talking about Terminator 2 on its 35th anniversary.
Can't believe it's that old.
I know, I can't believe it either. You must have seen it when you were just a wee one.
Just a wee one. Just a wee.
So we'll go back and see how it holds up, how the technology, because if you remember when it came out originally, it just propelled movies forward with what
Yeah.
James Cameron did. So we'll talk all about that. And people can call in and give their own opinion on T2, or you can come down to the library and join us. If you want to call in at 617-300-3838.
There it is, Jared Bone and the Culture Show, their Wednesday watch party, Terminator 2. So you T2 fans, stick around and give them a call. As for us, that about does it for now. The Curiosity Desk is produced by Aidan Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corcio, and Hannah Loss. Our intern is Mukta Dharma Purikar, Patty Daniels, and Jamie Bologna. Always diagnose our show's problems, and there are many. Our engineer is John the Clock Parker. Special thanks too to Andrew Massawa. We will be right back here in 23 short hours on GBH and streaming on YouTube. The Culture Show is coming next, so don't go anywhere. As for us, if you want more, you can always check out the podcast version of the show that's available wherever it is you get your podcasts. Okay, until next time, I am Edgar B. Herwick III. I hope you will stay curious out there.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show, next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you and the Boston Symphony Orchestra, presenting concerts at Tanglewood all summer long. Highlights include the BSO and Pops, Classical Soloists, and the Popular Artist Series. More at tanglewood.org.
When a village Wicked. Catch Sister Boniface Mysteries tonight at 8 on GBH 44.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Culture Show news desk, I'm Henry Santoro. The Oscar-winning Irish singer-songwriter Glenn Hansard died in a horrible motorcycle crash in Dublin this morning. According to the Irish Times, Hansard, who starred in and won the Oscar for Best Original Song for the 2007 indie film Once, was killed in a single-vehicle crash in Dublin just before 4:30 a.m. The Oscar.
When we were kids, my mother used to drag us into the living room to watch the Oscars every year, and she'd sit there and talk about what people were wearing or what they said, or it was all a fix, and she'd go on about all of these things, and it's amazing for her to be here tonight with us.
Hansard, a married father of one, began his career busking on the streets of his native Dublin before finding success with the influential Irish band The Frames in 1990. They released 6 studio albums between 1991 and 2006.
This land was your land, this land is my land, from Ballyfermot.
Meanwhile, his management issued a statement confirming his death. It says, "With broken hearts, we announce the passing of Glenn Hansard in the early hours of this morning. We are still dealing with the shock of it all, so we kindly ask that the privacy of Glenn's family, his colleagues, and friends is respected at this difficult time." Irish Prime Minister Michael Martin mourned Hansard's death as well, calling him a talented musician and actor who made a significant contribution to Ireland's cultural landscape over many years. Glenn Hansard was 56 years old. That's this edition of the GBH News Weekly Wednesday Afternoon Culture Cast. I'm Henry Santoro. Next up, The Culture Show, with my friend and yours, Jared Bowen, live at the Boston Public Library.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. I'm joined by co-host Callie Crossley and Culture Show contributor Joyce Kulhawik, an Emmy Award-winning arts and entertainment reporter, president of the Boston Theater Critics Association, and you can find her reviews on joyceschoices.com. We're kicking off this month's Culture Show Wednesday Watch Party. It's our movie club, and today we are returning to 1991, when James Cameron's Terminator 2 Judgment Day became one of the defining blockbusters of its era. It's a movie charged with nuclear dread, distrust of AI-like technology, and the fear that humanity may not survive its own inventions. It's a war between humans and machines that results in an apocalyptic 2029, a future that was 35 years away when the film opened. Now, of course, it's our immediate future. But Cameron also found humor in the nightmare and insisted that the future could still be changed.
Once, he was programmed to destroy the future.
You don't know what it's like to try to kill one of these things.
Now, his mission...
Get down.
...is to protect it.
Mom! Come with me if you want to live.
His loyalty is to a child.
Who sent you?
You did. 35 years from now.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Terminator 2, Judgment Day. This time, he's back. For good.
Trust me.
We sure did. More than 3 decades later, Terminator 2 remains a rare blockbuster, a sequel as famous as the original. Special effects that remain special, and an action spectacle accented with intellect. So, does it still hold up? How does its imagined 2029 look from 2026? What did the film understand about artificial intelligence, and what did it miss? Is it one of the great sequels, one of the great action movies, or both? Call or text us at 617-300-3838. Again, 617-300-3838. Or if you're here at the library, step up to our crowd mic. So, of course, I think we outlined the basic plot, which was this was a sequel to 1984's Terminator, which was a surprise hit, and it made careers of so many people. We can dive back into that because, Joyce, I know you really, gold star you did your homework and went back and saw the original, too, for this segment. So this was the sequel. It came out in 1991. This is a movie that saw special effects move forward. It saw Linda Hamilton reuniting with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it became a phenomenon. It became the highest-grossing film of that year, 1991, at $520 million. By the way, for perspective, The Odyssey has already made, in about 2 weeks, $700 million globally. So I didn't go back and check the inflation numbers. It was also the highest-rated R movie for a long time until The Matrix Reloaded came along. But this was also a movie that I think oriented the culture's concerns and maybe even fears about technology that do seem to be bearing out.
No kidding. I hadn't seen it in forever. I mean, I know it's been replayed on cable and streaming, and I should have run across it, but I just hadn't. And, you know, what struck me was that I was so focused, I believe, in all the times I saw it in the past, that I didn't pay close attention to the message about artificial intelligence and the real taking over of our lives. You know, I just really didn't understand what that means. And I'm going to argue that a lot of people probably didn't. And now, we are a week from the machines doing something that the humans did not direct in real life, you know, where the scientists that created it can't explain it. They just know they invented it. So here he had a plot in 1991 that is our lives today.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, kudos to James Cameron, because I wasn't thinking, again, like you, that much about those things then. And now AI and the apocalypse hang over us all the time. Referenced by the recent hacking of, one AI platform by another. Okay, who knew? We're trying to stay just ahead of these machines. But as a sequel, and I wasn't terribly geeked to do this, I have to say. I wasn't a huge fan of this film. Then I went back and I watched it, and I watched Terminator just to see where it came from. So Terminator had a $6.4 million budget, like nothing, right? That's the craft table at the Odyssey, right? This one had $100 million, which afforded them the opportunity to do a lot more in terms of the special effects. They only wrote it in 7 weeks, but they were firing on all cylinders because they deepened the characters, the effects. They gave it heart and an important message. This absolutely holds up, and I liked it a lot more than I thought I was going to.
Well, I have to say that I take the opposite from you both, because I remember, first of all, I remember being a kid when this came out, and I remember being so excited.
Oh, rub it in!
Just a wee boy when I was not watching Joyce on television in those days.
Joyce, I wouldn't take that.
Oh, that is funny. Oh, no, I am flattered.
We'll get to why she's going to take it later in the show.
Okay.
Because Joyce did something to me that was so evil not too long ago. But that's just a tease for later in the show. But I remember this was the power of marketing even then, 35 years ago, because I think I was actually too young to have seen the Terminator, but there was so much anticipation for this film. And I think partly because the studio and James Cameron knew what they had with the technology, that people were just going to be bowled over. And so when we'll get to the technology and the silvery effects in a moment, but I remember being quite profoundly struck as a kid, and to the extent that I made the joke about being fearful of the robot army well into my adult life, that this construct stuck with me as a kid, what James Cameron warned us about, that here you have Skynet, this is how the plot plays out, and Skynet becomes sentient, and it realizes in the future that the only way that it can be stopped is by ending John Connor's life, so this is why the Terminator is sent back, in this case, to protect John Connor against the other version, the advanced version of the Terminator. But I remember, for some reason, that just kind of, I wouldn't say it paralyzed me with fear, but it certainly stuck to my DNA, and I remembered it for the rest of my life.
You
and now
were always
a
deep thinker, though, you know.
And that went over my head at the time.
Yeah, so, but now, absolutely. And Sam Altman just came out and said, wait a minute, we need to pause what OpenAI is doing, because this is moving really, really fast. So we just kind of picked this because it was a good time. It was 35 years ago this month that the film came out and changed filmmaking in so many ways. But this is a moment where we see this vision meeting reality.
I mean, it's really chilling. It's, you know, and it is such a, you know, fictional. I mean, it's really fictional, but yet who knew it was going to be real at this point? You know?
Exactly.
You know.
And it works on every level, and I'm sure we're going to talk about some of those levels in terms of the effects and the characters. Arnold, how far he has come.
Right. I mean, I think that's probably the first thing that we should say is that because you watched both of them recently. So he was the stone cold computer killer in the Terminator. And so for Cameron and William Wisher, who wrote the script, to flip him to be the protector in this case, I mean, it sets up so much, including Sarah Connor, John's mother, trying to come to grips with what is happening, you know, so that's important.
Well, to get a bit of the more friendly nature of this version of the Terminator, here he explains how he's been sent through time to protect John Connor, explaining that the T-1000, the character played by Robert Patrick, we'll talk about him too, is an experimental prototype that has been sent back to kill the young John Connor.
I need a minute here. You're telling me that this thing can imitate anything it touches?
Anything it samples by physical contact.
Get real. Like he could disguise itself as a pack of cigarettes.
No, only an object of equal size.
Well, why don't it just become a bomb or something to get me?
It can't form complex machines. Guns and explosives have chemicals, moving parts. It doesn't work that way. But it can form solid metal shapes.
Like what?
Knives and stabbing weapons.
I mean, that plays right into the strength of Arnold Schwarzenegger's acting. It's good that he's playing a robot here, because that's kind of where he lives a little bit as an actor. No aspersions. But he certainly grew into this role. And Callie, it's interesting. I was reading that he wasn't on board when he got the script. He didn't want to see the Terminator turn into this kinder version, the protagonist of the piece, because, of course, his stardom was made largely on Terminator, where he was this evil killing machine. But it worked. It was risky and it worked.
Well, in addition to many changes in the film, understand there was a gap of time between Terminator 1 and 2. And during that gap, he had become even more popular. And he was, in his good guy phase and bodybuilding phase, and people were, wow. And so he's trying to make a very thoughtful decision about how do I want to be seen in this role, and can I pull it off, frankly? And what they did was write the script to play to his strengths, which are short, choppy, robotic kinds of responses, and yet give the audience a pivot that they did not see coming. So I think that's what the important thing is. That's what made it work. And by the way, one more thing I love behind the scenes stories. This thing would never have happened. There was a big fight behind the scenes between studios, and in the end, Arnold Schwarzenegger found out that one of the third entity that had control over the rights and wouldn't let go were in trouble financially. Yep. So he went to yet another company and said, buy the rights, and let's go. And that's what broke it open, which gave them a shorter period of time to write the script and then do it, because this had been going on and on and on, and they couldn't break the deadlock. But
and
he
when
did.
the Terminator makes you an
Yes.
offer you can't refuse,
You
you do
gotta
not
do it.
refuse it.
Exactly.
There's another behind-the-scenes story, though, in terms of how Arnold got this part, because, there is no limit to this man's vision for himself.
Mm-hmm.
He had just come off of Conan the Barbarian, Conan the Destroyer. These were not deeply dramatic roles. In fact, he was going to be playing Kyle Reese, the romantic lead, and it was O.J. Simpson that they had in mind to play the Terminator in
Isn't that
this
interesting?
installment. Yeah. But so apparently Schwarzenegger and James Cameron sat down to lunch, planning to talk about him playing Kyle Reese. But all Arnold could talk about was the Terminator and how it should be played. And he had seen Yul Brynner play an android cowboy in a film called Westworld, and he played it so robotically. So he said, when the Terminator loads a weapon, he can't look at it. He has to
gotta
just
know.
know how to do
Yes,
it
yes.
like an automaton. Something has to be a little bit off.
Right.
He's almost human, but not quite. And
Yes.
Cameron saw that and said, you know what?
You're the guy.
Are the Terminator.
Yeah, you go.
Well, they're all super smart, because James Cameron also sold the rights to the original Terminator in a way to keep the funding going.
Yeah.
So then he had to get it back, as you're explaining. Well, again, our number is 617-300-3838, 617-300-3838. Tell us what you think of the film, your memories of seeing it when it became a blockbuster or later on. We were taking texts too, and Jill from Watertown says, I'm amazed Callie would see this movie. Wasn't it scary? She doesn't like scary movies, but I would argue this is not a scary movie.
It's not as scary. Now, and the scene with the blades and stuff, I have to look away, but yeah, no. Normally it wouldn't be my cup of tea, but I was fascinated by the human relationships with the robot, believe it or not. So that sort of got me.
Yeah, there was a lot of tension and suspense, building up, and there
Right.
were other things going on there. The whole family relationship, the father-son relationship.
And let me tell you something. I remember being in the theater, and when that shot of the back of Sarah Connor going up and down that bar, I almost screamed out loud. I was like, oh my God, badass.
You go, girl.
I know.
Well, I was thinking about this as I was watching it yesterday, that we didn't see, I don't remember seeing a lot of women in action films. I remember when Gina Davis there was a movie she did, now I can't remember what it was.
It was involved with pirates.
Yes.
Yeah, and she was married to the director, which is why they did that. And
Right,
it was it's a miserable bust of a movie. I can't remember the name of it.
But this is also coming around in the time of Thelma and Louise, so things are beginning to change.
Yeah.
And look at what James Cameron did. He really, because Arnold is being Arnold, and he really gave the action chops to Linda Hamilton.
Well, again, she had a part in that, because he had to talk her into coming back. And so she said, okay. And then I've read some things where she said she had the power at that point to not do some things. So that helped also in shaping the kind of character she thought she should be at that point.
And if you watched the first one, if you watched
Yes.
Terminator, she was this kind of, ditzy
Naive.
little waitress who
Yeah.
was getting the orders wrong and whatever,
Exactly.
and then all of a sudden she is pumping iron. She actually worked out with Arnold, but she hired apparently a weapons expert to show
An
her
Israeli
how to,
weapons
yes,
expert.
Exactly.
Yeah, she wasn't kidding around.
And she
6 days a week, 3 hours a day.
18 hours a week,
Yeah,
apparently,
yeah,
just working out. And when you're right, it felt so empowering to see this woman taking charge, which of course then changes the dynamic, the mother
everything.
role, the father role, and John Connor, the child, if you will. And it just alters the dynamics in the family and shows you what's possible for women on the big screen. Also, she was married eventually to James Cameron.
That
so,
was 2 years.
Yeah,
We'll talk
there
about
was that.
Yes, there was some of that going on too.
By the way, the Gina Davis movie I was referencing was Cutthroat Island.
Yeah. Oh,
and again,
okay,
our
yeah.
number is 617-300-3838. Well, before we get into the special effects and the action sequences, since we've been bringing up family, I have to tell you that was one of the most prevailing things for me when I watched it for the second time, was that this was so much about family, because the film begins with this apocalypse 3 years from now in 2029, where we see this wreckage of Los Angeles that has turned into wreckage from these earlier visions of children on a playground and families and mothers all being together. And we see this family. I mean, this is almost a four-hander. It's John Connor, Eddie Furlong. It's Linda Hamilton, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Robert Patrick.
Yes.
And removing Robert Patrick, there's a bond that's established here. So let's go back to the film where we have Sarah Connor reflecting on her son's growing bond with the Terminator, who has become this father figure to him.
Watching John with the machine, it was suddenly so clear. The Terminator would never stop. It would never leave him. And it would never hurt him, never shout at him or get drunk and hit him or say it was too busy to spend time with him. It would always be there, and it would die to protect him. Of all the would-be fathers who came and went over the years, this thing, this machine, was the only one who measured up. In an insane world, it was the sanest choice.
Because remember, Arnold Schwarzenegger isn't being sent back just to save John Connor. He's saving all of humanity. He's saving families.
That's right. And I was very taken with the bond. And remember, this kid at the beginning of the film is telling his friend, my mother's in a psychiatric hospital and she's a loser.
Yep, she's a nut job.
She's a nut job. Yeah. She doesn't care anything about me. And, you know, she's got some theory about something happening and I can't be bothered. And he's with some foster parents that he doesn't really bond with, but, there he is. And so he's very disaffected. So for him to come from first coming to grips with, this is the machine my mom told me about, and then all of a sudden this machine is really here for me in all situations, is a lot to portray. And by the way, he was a newcomer, and he did it very well.
Edward J. Furlong.
Yes.
Yeah, a wonderful young actor.
Yes.
And he had an unfortunate follow-up to his career. His career sort of took a nosedive because he had a lot of trouble with substance abuse.
Oh, that's too
and
bad.
so, after this, it really kind of fell apart. But he was notably affecting in this movie. And he starts to impart some of his own humanity to Arnold's character and tries to teach him how to talk. Don't say affirmative. Say no problemo, and then Arnold, the Terminator, starts to parlay those expressions, which are very funny and
in the appropriate
spaces. Right through the entire film, and you're almost kind of waiting for them, which adds to, again, the charm of this film. Charm, if we can talk about it.
It's striking that we would say that.
Well, it has a lot of texture. A lot of texture.
Well, we'll talk more about that in a moment, and we'll get to our calls, which are just now coming in as well. It's our Wednesday watch party, and we're talking about Terminator 2 Judgment Day with Callie Crossley and Joyce Kulhawik. Is James Cameron the great fortune teller, both in story and filmmaking? Call or text us at 617-300-3838. Again, our number is 617-300-3838. The conversation continues. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
After 2 years in the political wilderness, Democrats are feeling cautiously optimistic about turning the tide in the midterms.
We have to at least try. And what frustrates me is I see too many electeds that are afraid to try because they're more worried about getting reelected.
I'm Sasha Pfeiffer. We take you to Michigan, where Democrats are weighing 2 candidates for a critical Senate seat. That story on All Things Considered from NPR News.
Today at 4, here on GBH News 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Smith College Museum of Art, presenting artist Alma Thomas, who created abstract paintings inspired by nature, space, and music. On view at Smith College Museum of Art in Northampton. scma.smith.edu. And Compass on the Bay, an assisted living community in South Boston dedicated to those with Alzheimer's and related dementias, featuring research-based therapeutic programming. More at compassonthebay.com. And Boston Ski and Tennis, offering indoor skiing and snowboarding this summer with Boston Metro's only immersive simulator experience. Available in the Newton location. Learn more online at bostonskiandtennis.com.
From national headlines to neighborhood impact, the new GBH News app is your hub for trusted local news. Download it today on the App Store and Google Play.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. Of course, that's the theme to Terminator 2 by Brad Fiedel. If you're just tuning in, welcome to our Wednesday watch party. Today we're revisiting.
You're new to the language.
That too.
Terminator 2 Judgment Day. When the film opened, the Soviet Union was months from collapse, but James Cameron imagined a different route to extinction, a defense system that could think for itself and conclude humankind is the enemy. He turned that fear into the highest grossing film of 1991, also the most expensive film ever made at that point, a sequel that eclipsed its predecessor and helped define the modern action blockbuster. So we're asking you, 35 years later, does Terminator 2 still hold up? Does its vision of artificial intelligence look prescient, primitive, or both? Is it better than the original? Do its 1991 effects surpass much of today's CGI? And is there an irony in celebrating the film's digital breakthrough at a moment when Hollywood is debating how much creative work to hand over to AI? Call or text us at 617-338-3838. Again, 617-338-3838. Or if you're joining us here at our Boston Public Library studio, we have a crowd mic for you to ask your question. So let's go to our first caller, Laurel, calling from Hubbardston, Massachusetts. Hi, Laurel.
Hi, how are you folks?
Great, thank you. Thank you for calling.
Oh, sure. Well, I am a lifelong Arnold Schwarzenegger fan, so when not only the first Terminator came online, the second one, when it was released, I begged my boyfriend to please take me to go see that movie. I was spellbound with the whole thing. Even though I found the first one more frightening, I thought that the characters and the analysis of the whole thing in the number 2 was actually better. And I loved the dynamic between John Connor and the Terminator, as you've said before during a commentary, that he allowed him to become more human and to grow, and you had to like him more. And so anyway, I found it lovely and charming, and I love to watch it. I probably watched it 20 times over the years.
Wow.
I know, right? This is a true Arnold Schwarzenegger fan.
You're obsessed.
You really are. Well, before we let you go, let me ask you one question, because this is a talking point that I want to bring up here in our studio, which is, it's rare that you find a film, a sequel, that's better than the original. What makes this, in your estimation, better than the original?
Well, there's much more dialogue. The first one, there really wasn't a lot of dialogue. It was a lot of action. It was a lot of blowing up. It was a lot of stuff like that. But I think that there was more character development, especially with the addition of John Connor. He was pivotal in that because he was the human thing to the Terminator's machine thing.
Well, thank you so much for the call, and happy viewing for your 26th time, which will surely happen after our conversation.
Is the boyfriend still in the picture?
No, he went by the wayside, but that's okay.
Tell me your name again. Say your name again.
My name's Laurel.
Laurel, you get a chance to see it for the 26th time on the big screen, beginning August 28th through September the 2nd. It's going to be shown on screens across the country and in Massachusetts at AMC and Regal Cinemas mostly, maybe other places, because in celebration of the 35th anniversary. So get thee to the big screen to see it again.
Great. Thank you, Callie.
You're welcome.
And August 28th being very significant because the 29th was the day that everything was set into motion.
Judgment Day.
That's when
That is
Skynet
correct.
became aware and was sending him out to be dispatched. Well, Joyce, because you just rewatched the first Terminator, in your estimation, is the sequel better, and what makes it better?
Oh, the sequel is absolutely better. I mean, it's better in every single way, in terms of effects, in terms of the story, in terms of the thematic development, in terms of the way it looks, in terms of, the subjects that it wants to tackle, in terms of the characters and the acting. I mean, Arnold really doesn't have much to say in the first one, and he hasn't really quite perfected his Terminator yet in the first one. I mean, he just doesn't sit as comfortably in that role.
He's just a machine.
Yeah, well, but in the second one, you can see the craft, the art. He is really playing this role, and he is in it from the get. So I'm going to say that this is much better, also with the addition of the villain, T-1000, played by Robert Patrick, which ironically makes the Terminator a bit of an underdog because Arnold's character is not the advanced model. This Robert Patrick character is, and what he can do makes him, even though he looks less daunting, although physically, but he is really scary.
He is.
Yeah, he is really frightening.
And he worked really hard to perfect that.
He did, and this is another exciting thing about the film. I mean, Robert Patrick's career was completely made with this film. He had done a little bit of work. He was a character actor, but he came in, and I read that it wasn't even any line reading that he did that got him the part, because he came in very intentionally. They wanted something to be opposite, a different model of the Arnold Schwarzenegger's Terminator. So to your point, he didn't have the athletic physique as Arnold Schwarzenegger, but he was lean and mean. And what Robert Patrick came in and did was basically use the ground and comport himself as a hunter with his body. And what James Cameron saw and what he was able to do with his body, he thought, that's the person for me, before, again, even hearing a line reading. And this is a man who had to walk into this technology. We know how green screens work now. We know how they put dots all over your body and what you have to act against. But this is a man, remember, that with this technology being invented for this film by James Cameron and others, notably Stan Winston, that studio, he had to also act with this technology that had never existed before, and this made his career, which is fascinating.
And he perfected the stare that you're looking, but you're not really looking. You're like opposite everything else around you. You're animate, but not animate. And he perfected the run so that he would look as though he was not winded. He trained for hours and hours and hours so he could run as if he were a machine.
Breathing through his nose. And he trained himself not to blink by having people fire weapons and that he wouldn't flinch. And he kept his body pretty still and smooth so that he looked really automated. And then those ears that he comes by naturally. Also, he looked like a predatory sort of insect almost. No, he was quite terrifying, and this is all very analog too. This is no special effects.
This is what I would thank you for bringing that up, because I want people to know that there was some CGI in here, but for the most part of this film, this is what they call practical. They created the effects, but without all of that, including some of the best chase scenes. The big chase scene with the truck going through. If people have seen it, it's this huge truck, and little John Connor is on his bike trying to get away from the truck, and the truck plows through and crashes down behind him. And shortly after that, the helicopter comes through right on the tail, because it becomes all crazy. Well, the distance between the underside of the bridge and the helicopter was so narrow that the cinematographers would not shoot it. So Cameron shot that himself.
Oh, wow.
And they were also under the gun, if you will, of shooting those scenes because
That's right.
they only had a permit up until noon that day, and they had 8 cameras, so they didn't have to rely just on one, and they got it in 2 takes. But I have to say that this is the kind of thing that never gets me in a movie unless it's like, I have to say, Mission Impossible or even
Yes.
True Lies. I mean, those stunts to me far exceed what he does here. To me, the effect that really got me was the shots of the nuclear cloud, the explosion, where he shows the nuclear
result.
war that
Yeah.
was touched off by the machines. And
Which he researched,
which
by the way.
he deeply
Yes.
researched by nuclear warfare
Yeah.
experts,
Yes.
and he realized he could only recreate the effects of that cloud and that wave of nuclear activity rolling through by he had a dancer apparently
Yes.
set up near that screen, near that fence, the chain link fence, as Sarah is watching the kids on the playground as they all turn to dust in this nuclear holocaust. And he has in the studio this dancer who's going through the slow motion changes of a person blown out by a nuclear wave. And it is,
and again, not CGI.
Well, not CGI,
yes.
but also an effect which is grounded in something profoundly disturbing and which
Exactly.
really sticks with you. And to me, if the effects aren't grounded that way, they don't resonate. And this is a haunting image to have in this film.
I would like to go back to one other thing with the when the Terminator protecting John leaps over on his motorcycle down in that chase. They did it 20 times because Cameron wanted sparks on the bike when he hit it.
Oh my
gosh.
yeah.
And I saw the sparks and it got me.
Yeah.
Now something you can do in a few keystrokes, of course.
Yeah.
So let's go back to our callers and texters. Our number again is 617-300-3838. David texts, if we try this hard and keep our government unchecked, this can be our fate as well. Let's go to our callers. Margaret calling in the car. Hi, Margaret.
Good afternoon. My comment was I really enjoyed all of the Terminator movie, but I wanted to say, and I could be wrong because I can't check anything, but I feel that Linda Hamilton was the start of all of the female actresses who just became bad action stars. Like Gina Davis starred in The Long Kiss Goodnight, which is really overlooked, and then you had Demi Moore in G.I. Jane, and then you had Carrie Moss in the Matrix series, and then you had Sigourney Weaver in Alien, and I don't.
Margaret, we're going to have to leave it there because the connection isn't that great for people who couldn't quite hear is Demi Moore in G.I. Jane and Carrie Moss in the Matrix series.
And
just
Sigourney.
Sigourney Weaver continuing the Alien series, which also, of course,
Which
James Cameron picked
did.
up in the middle of between the two Terminators. I think
She's
that's
a
continuing
prototype.
the point.
Yeah, she's a prototype.
She kicked down the doors.
She really did.
for
Kick
women
down the
in
doors.
adventure films.
She has said, Linda Hamilton, the actress, that she's puzzled by people setting her up, though, as kind of a hero. Because she said, my character is clearly not that.
Oh, she clearly is. I disagree.
She says, what she's doing and the way that she does it, you need to stop and question how someone responds to this moment, which I thought was interesting.
Well, actually, let's continue that for a second, because I was struck by that too, because I also walked away with that conception. But she was pretty violent, almost unnecessarily violent, as she's trying to break out of the mental institution in which she's being kept, again, for repeating everything she experienced from the first Terminator encounter that nobody believes because nobody saw. She's very violent.
I thought her violence was entirely justified.
Okay, but wait a minute. But I want to lead to
my motto, never go to bed angry, stay up and fight all night.
Stay up and take a broom handle.
But there's a point in the movie where she decides that she's going to go to the home of the guy who she knows is going to be foundational in creating what we would say as, Anthropic or AI, all the other
Joe
stuff.
Morton's
and
character.
she's going to stop him by killing him. And I think it's important that we have a sense of, how determined she was. And that's why she says her character was warped. So in this scene, the Connors and the Terminator sit down with Miles Dyson, the inventor of the microprocessor processor that would lead to Skynet after Sarah Connor ambushes him at his home.
You're judging me on things I haven't even done yet. How are we supposed to know?
Yeah. Right. How are you supposed to know? F***ing men like you built the hydrogen bomb. Men like you thought it up. I think you're so creative. You don't know what it's like to really create something, to create a life. Feel it growing inside you. All you know how to create is death and destruction.
Mom! We need to be a little more constructive here, okay? We still have to stop this from happening, don't we?
Yeah, well, to that last texter's point, where is that person today?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
But she was on her way to killing this man.
She
and
was,
had to-
but she did pull
stop.
herself back
She
from the
did.
edge, which, I mean, I got her point.
Yes,
I
I
got
get her
her
point. Oh, yeah.
and I am with her all the way, and she stopped short of that message. And given that she had been restrained in that hospital and probably assaulted,
Oh, of
and
course
we
she
got a
was.
glimpse of that
Yes, we
with
did.
one of those creepy guards that
Yeah.
was watching her. Yeah, no, I can only imagine what this woman, and she still was able to pull herself back. And
Well,
she hadn't seen her kid, et cetera, et
For a
cetera.
reflection of that legacy, here we have an anonymous texter writing, I was 20 when I saw T2. I was in a state of shock when I saw her doing those pull-ups at the outset of the film. We can do that, I thought. Before then, I had not even thought this was possible. Outside of fringe bodybuilders, it totally changed my life and goals as a woman. I wanted to be as strong and graceful and badass, the texter writes.
Yes,
I love
yes.
that.
I
love
that scene.
every single thing that texter just said. Absolutely, because, if you don't see it, you can't be it. And
But that's one of my favorite scenes. Also, the scene in the hospital when she sees him and thinks he's still the Terminator, and her crawling back in the hallway. I mean, in her arms. I mean, come on. She was just all of that. And there is one kind of quirky thing that I think people would be interested to know, because, again, back to the practical, not the CGI. He does such a good mix in it. He uses twins.
Yeah.
In two instances to fool us.
Yep.
So one is as they're trying to break out of the prison, and the T-1000 takes over the shape of one of the guards. They have, and we see him in a scene at the vending machine, the real guy, and then behind him, here is T-1000 impersonating him, but it turns out it's his twin brother.
Yeah, that was so cool.
I thought that it was so interesting. And the same thing at the end in the factory, when she comes back to life after they think they were defeated, and she's got the gun out and she's shooting, and it looks like she's about to go down, and we realize that's T-1000 imitating her, and behind her is the real one, and that's her identical sister.
Her identical twin sister. I know, I loved it.
Well, it's a lot cheaper because remember those of that era, like Big Business, Bette Midler and Lily Tomlin. You could see the little fuzzy nature around them when they try to do those twin scenes.
But again, James Cameron getting down to the real.
All right, we're going to get to more of our calls in just a moment, but first we're talking about Terminator 2 Judgment Day with Callie Crossley and Joyce Kulhawik. Does the film's view of man versus machine still hold up? What about its themes of fate versus free will? Call or text us at 617-300-3838. The conversation continues. Stay with us.
Iran's violent crackdown on mass protests earlier this year killed thousands of people. The mothers of the dead are now organizing to demand justice.
You might threaten someone, scare someone, arrest them, and stop them from doing activity again, but you cannot stop a mother from grieving.
Hear that story next time on The World.
This afternoon at 3, here on GBH News 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Boston Children's Museum. Their new exhibit, Dream It, Build It, works to empower children to dream up, design, and build things that make our world a better place. More about the exhibit at bostonchildrensmuseum.org. And Cambridge Trust, a division of Eastern Bank, offering business and personal wealth management and private banking services, investing more than $240 million in local communities since 1994. More at cambridgetrust.com.
and the Boston Speaker Series, announcing its upcoming season at Symphony Hall for 7 evenings, featuring Pete Buttigieg, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, and financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin. BostonSpeakers.org.
When you can't get your daily dose of Jim and Marjorie on the radio, you can still get it sent right to your computer, tablet, or smartphone. Download the Boston Public Radio podcast wherever you get your podcasts. And don't miss a moment of Boston Public Radio.
I'm Jared Bowen. This is The Culture Show live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. For this month's Wednesday watch party, we're revisiting Terminator 2 Judgment Day, made at the end of the Cold War when the threat of nuclear annihilation still shaped popular culture and computers were beginning to reshape everyday life. James Cameron built the film around a distinctly American confidence in invention and firepower and the fear that both could turn against us. 35 years later, and just 3 years from the 2029 apocalypse Cameron imagined, what did the movie get right about artificial intelligence? What now seems simplistic, and does Terminator 2 still deserve its place among the great American blockbusters? I'm here with Callie Crossley and Joyce Kulhawik, and we want your take. Call or text us at 617-300-3838. But let's just take one little brief pause before we get back to the show, shall we?
Yes.
I teased earlier that Joyce Kulhawik, Callie, you would agree that she is a legend, right?
Yes.
She raises lots of money for lots of organizations. She's the president of the Boston Theater Critics Association. Joyce, do you want to tell the people why you're evil?
Wow. All right. Last week or 2 weeks ago, we were in the middle of Paranormal Activity at the Colonial Theater, and during intermission, I see...
Wait, let me just say, this is a very scary, very, very scary play.
It's a very scary play, and there was young Jared sitting across the aisle from me during intermission, and just before the curtain went back up, I snuck up behind him, made sure the person who was talking to him didn't see me, leaned down behind his left ear and went, "Woo!" And that boy jumped a mile and yelled something I cannot repeat, and then turned to me and said, "Yikes, Kulhawik."
That's not what I said. I think I said something a little stronger than that. Enough that another concerned patron came over and asked me if I was okay.
Oh my gosh! And then the ambulances pull up, and the rest is history.
Yes.
Yeah, but no, he turned to me and he crept over again just before the curtain went right up, and he said, "Watch out, Kulhawik. I play the long game."
That's right. I will, and it's going to be horrible.
Ready.
I'm scared for you.
I love to shake things up, and you were all shook up like Elvis.
I certainly
I'm
was.
scared for you. I'm certain I would have gone higher than you did.
It was awful. It took me a long time.
It was
to
the
come
biggest
down.
scare of the night, by the way.
Oh my God.
All right, well, let's go back to Terminator 2, and let's go to our callers, starting with John in Philadelphia. Hi, John.
Hi there.
Thanks so much for calling. What are your thoughts on Terminator 2?
Well, I was going to say, and perhaps I'm showing my age a bit, but there were other examples in the movies of computers in control that kind of make their own decisions and decide not in favor of humanity. One of them is one of my favorites, 2001: A Space Odyssey, in which the HAL 9000 computer that runs the ship going to Jupiter decides you guys really are not where I should be, and I can do this better myself, thank you, and decides to get rid of all the human beings on the ship and kill just about all of them except one. And then, sort of the deathless last line about, he's saying, Hal, and he's saying, I can no longer have this conversation. Goodbye.
Yeah.
And that was it. And then later in around 1973-74, there was a movie based on a novel that I enjoyed very much called Colossus, and is a Forbidden project. And in it, they create a supercomputer who has control of all the nuclear bombs and everything else, so that there's no human error. And Russia builds one of their own called Guardian, and in the first few minutes of being conscious, Colossus and Guardian have a conversation that lasts a while in binary code, and they decide that they're going to take control of things, and if you don't do what they say, they will unleash the bombs and destroy humanity.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the call and the context here. That's important to know. I forgot about 2001. I hadn't seen that maybe as before I saw Terminator 2, which is why that one stuck with me so profoundly.
And it's scary.
And it was on such a big scale. But thank you for pointing those two great examples out. I will say we've been raving about this film for a lot of the show. There were moments last night when I was watching when it slowed a little bit and I found myself drifting, and I was trying to figure out, is it because the action films now have been so steroided up that they just whip by, and do I have a detention problem that I can't slow down for a little bit?
I thought that truck scene went on a little bit too long, but that isn't the thing that really sort of bugged me. I have one of these sort of very logical, neurotic minds, and so I have...
You don't say.
I'm just a tad persnickety about some things, and time travel is one of them. So I had, there's this big problem with the time travel in this movie. I mean, if John Connor can send his dad back to father him, then we know it worked, because John Connor exists and sends his dad back to father him. Also, if it did work, then none of them would exist, because there would be no machines, there would be no smart technology, there would be no John Connor, there would be no... So I had problems with that. I also had a problem with that opening set of sequences where we're not supposed to be sure whether or not
it's happened.
It's whether the Terminator is good or bad.
Right.
But in the trailer, and James Cameron was in favor of marketing it this way, they tell you that the Terminator is now good. They decided to lead with their big star and say, oh, he's a good guy now. But to me, that ruined some of the surprise of those early scenes. They undercut it. It didn't seem to manage in the, it didn't seem to mar the box office ultimately. But I think they had set those scenes up for you to not know that he was a good guy until he had the confrontation with the T-1000 in the hallway when the son was caught in the middle of their gunplay, if you will. And
I think that's a good point, except the Sarah Connor building up herself and getting out, and her response is so powerful. You forget that.
Well, that's true, and that worked a lot better. But you kind of know it.
Yes.
But then we're supposed to know it. So I think he undercut his own thing. So those are my two big issues.
We have another contrarian opinion from Liz in Rhode Island, who texts us, I represent the other side. For me, the original Terminator is the far superior film. I measure a film by its emotional weight, and that is so much stronger in the first film. It remains one of the most powerful love stories I've ever seen. Kyle falling in love with Sarah's picture and taking the assignment to save her, both of them having no idea that Kyle's destiny is to also be the father of John. I feel like I'm talking about a soap opera right now.
Yes, that's
and the emotional and psychological growth of Sarah as she becomes the person who has to save the day, even, spoiler alert, if she can't save Kyle.
Well, what I think is much at the heart of this film more than the first, but it's still there, is that good tech or bad tech? It's good versus bad tech is really what we're talking about. And James Cameron himself has said, okay, so I'm a hypocrite because I'm saying bad tech, but yet I'm using all the technology to create the world of bad versus bad good tech.
Yes and no. He's gone on the record as saying he really is in favor of AI insofar as it can create certain kinds of effects, et cetera, but he is not in favor of it doing creative work like a whole CGI-generated movie. I mean, like the metal effects, the liquid metal effect he creates
which is
here.
Incredible.
It is incredible, and we hadn't seen it before. And it looks a lot better than that stop-action video that they used with that rickety sort of skeletal metal thing that they had in Terminator 1, which looks really old and dated. And some of those rubbery masks that were used, I'm like, oh, that's really bad. But they didn't have a budget. But he's not in favor of applying AI, as far as I understand his position, to more creative pursuits. And I feel exactly the same way. It should be done to generate, certain kinds of effects in service of something much more analog.
But I think you would agree that his overarching thing is bad tech. We got to think about it be worried about it, be concerned about it.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, let's go back to the good tech and the silvery special effects.
Yes. Yeah.
Because this is why I was a little bit afraid to go back and watch this. Like all of the others that we talk about in the movie club, most of them I've not seen since I saw them years ago. And I thought, is this not going to hold up? Well, it still holds up.
Yes,
So remember that this technology, the silver liquid that forms the T-1000, Robert Patrick's Terminator, had never been seen before. And the special effects, I was wowed last night. There's a moment when he's in the helicopter and they're flying away from the hospital, and the helicopter pilot, right before he's about to be tossed or jumps, he's encouraged to not be in the helicopter anymore, looks at Robert Patrick's character and sees his reflection in the silvery metal. And I thought, my goodness, that is incredible technology that still holds up. Maybe I have more appreciation knowing that this was the advent of everything, also acknowledging that it can be done in a few keystrokes now, but that was impressive what they did.
It was created by Industrial Light and Magic, and it was something that James Cameron sort of changed from The Abyss. He had seen certain underwater special effects done in that movie, and he said, can we adapt that somehow? He's very creative and resourceful about what he sees and how we can make it and change it. So, yeah, that was terrific.
So let me ask a stupid question because of your concerns about reality checks. Mine was, since this thing is impossible to kill, why was going into the pit at the end going to kill him?
Exactly.
So that's the only thing that even then I said to myself, is he really dead? I mean, because why would he be? That's the.
And why would the dry ice have caused him to crumple like that? I guess it just
I
sort
can
of slowed
understand
him
because
down.
he's got some
He's
mechanics
metal.
going on there and whatever. But remember, he came out of that pretty quick as long as he got warmed up.
Well, I thought it was interesting in that to me it felt like a little bit of a nod to the Wizard of Oz. And here you have somebody being undone by liquid, even if it's liquid metal.
James Cameron said that the Tin Man inspired him because it gave him, Arnold, a heart. It was about the Tin Man, the metal cyborg,
well, after
getting
Arnold
a heart.
decides,
After Arnold decides he's open
there's
to
one
having
last
a
chip,
heart.
and it can't be around,
And
so
that
I gotta
this
go.
is the heart of the movie,
Yes.
about getting the heart. So that's kind of interesting. Cameron's got a lot of interesting ideas floating around in his head, which he's figured out
Clearly
how
not,
to wrangle into
but
a
he's not
script.
husband material.
Well, maybe we should.
5 times he's been married, that dude.
Maybe we should represent that final scene. Here's the final farewell of the Terminator when he tells the Connors that he himself, this is Arnold, must be terminated to stop his internal chip from falling into the wrong hands.
It has to end here.
I order you not to go. I order you not to go. I order you not to go.
I know now why you cry. But it's something I can never do.
Ooh, I just got goosebumps hearing that again.
And even
He's
more
losing his
moving
dad.
is the thumbs
Up,
up
yeah.
that he gives at the end. I have to say that may be the moment that killed me the most. It's wordless, and it's him finding a way to use that gesture that his son had told him, not his son, but John Connor had told him about. And he's found the moment, perhaps foreshadowing the most used emoji ever.
Yeah, it's true.
And maybe Leo DiCaprio's descent under the waves in Titanic. Oh, I'm really stretching here.
You are really stretching. Because some would say there was plenty of room on that ice for him.
Oh,
but
exactly.
I digress. I digress.
We haven't done that one yet.
Ooh, we should do Titanic. Another James Cameron film.
One more time, I'll give out our number, which is 617-300-3838. This is also a movie, I think, because it took Hollywood by storm, just like he would with Aliens and then Titanic, definitely. It got 6 Oscar nominations, won 4 for special effects, but the Academy, like it often is incapable of, didn't take the film necessarily seriously enough to give it a Best Picture nomination. It didn't single out Linda Hamilton. And so
that's a crime.
That
she
is
was
a
great.
crime.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he didn't get a, I don't know, he didn't get a nomination for writing or for the direction of this film.
It was makeup and special effects and 2 other things.
Visual effects, best sound effects,
Yes.
editing, and makeup.
I have to say the sound, Brad Fidel, the score is incredible. It really is. I think it adds a lot to the, when a score is just right. I thought to myself, he might be as good as my fave, Ludwig Göransson.
Yeah.
So, that's my favorite. Yeah.
I think that one of the main things that came together in this, as I always am mindful of other artists out there, is how hard everybody worked in this case to keep control of their property, even if they lost control, by James Cameron getting the rights back after he sold them. How hard they worked because they had conviction in something, that Arnold Schwarzenegger had to make the concessions to be the protagonist. It worked out. But this was a franchise about big risks and big moves that paid off from really intelligent people.
And let me just say how close it came. The film was done so last minute. It was headed to the theaters on the day that it was supposed to be played.
On July 3rd, and I think there were some people who were only getting that film the night before. It was hair-raising, and I guess they made the deal and figured out what the release date was before he even had a finished script.
Yes.
They wrote that script in 7 weeks, but then they really took their time. More details that he took his time with. The Joe Morton sequence where he gets
that is
shot.
Incredible.
It is. And Joe Morton himself had been in a car accident, had his lung collapsed, and James Cameron knew that and asked him, how should you be playing that? And they played that exact. He had been shot in the chest as his character.
In his lungs. And so that's why he can hardly breathe when he's holding on to the last thing. I mean, so much detail in this movie.
Yeah.
Well, this has been another fun one. Thank you both. And we will actually all be back here together on Friday for our weekend review show. So come back to the library. Come to the library and join us in person. We have so much fun. Thank you
You know
both.
It's so hard for us. We barely have anything to say.
Yeah, I do. All right.
I have 3 things I haven't said yet.
And don't sit next to Joyce at the theater. That's the other lesson. We've been talking about James Cameron's 1991 film Terminator 2 Judgment Day with culture co-host.
Easy for
Culture
you to say.
Show co-host Callie Crossley, who is also the host of Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, and Culture Show resident eviler-in-chief Joyce Kulhawik. She's an Emmy Award-winning arts and entertainment reporter, president of the Boston Theater Critics Association. Oh my goodness.
He's still flustered.
I'm still flustered. I'm still scared of you. I can't even stand across from you. Anyway, I'm Jared Munn. Enough. Thank you for coming here to the library today. We love seeing you. We'll be back here tomorrow with the people who cast Widow's Bay. They just got their first Emmy nomination for that. I'm Jared Bowen. Have a great day.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.